Okay. I feel like it was not working for some reason. Pin message. Weird. So anyway, welcome back. Welcome YouTube. We are working on the boss design in Hyperslice. And so what we have to do, we know that the movement is kind of working, even though it's not amazing. We have a lot of visuals to do. But right now, the priority will be... let me check the tasks. Push boss. Movement is kind of okay, right? Movement is kind of okay. It needs some smoothing. It probably needs some smoothing, but at the same time, something that feels a bit erratic, a bit... No, it's not erratic. It's just very robotic. Maybe it's okay. Boss shield previews, special arena, death anim. So all those things are visuals. The appear sequence is also visual stuff, right? It's kind of visual. And also I'm doing that in the test. What I think I need to do now is maybe actually start designing where it should be. I don't know. Appear sequence, phase sequence. Okay. So I think spawning the voids and spawning the missiles is kind of, in fact, what I need to do. Come on, cat. You can't just go here and press on everything. There's no hotness. It's not hot. It's not on. Cat. I really don't want to be doing that. So what I said is we spawn the boys from inside the arena and we move to a random location while spawning the voids. Right? Looks max, mug me. What? Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. So what I would do is when we are in here, do we know for how long we are moving? We know the distance, we know the speed. So theoretically, we could calculate the time, right? We could calculate the time. Looks maxing is stupid. You know what? Another take from me today. Looks maxing is stupid. After my hot take on what is stupid as an indie game dev, what is stupid as a human being is looks maxing. That's it. I said it. What are you talking about? I'm replying to TYJ. It's not random. I'm replying to the comment. I'm replying to the message. It's not random. Mewing is Sigma. You know what? Talking about Alpha, Beta, Sigma is definitely another stupid thing. So hot take, all of those classifications are incredibly stupid and childish. And just live your life the way you want and stop comparing and thinking that you're better than others and whatever. Like, fuck it. Sigma, fuck it. Smegma, maybe, but not Sigma. Anyway. Mewing them. It's so incredible. All of that is just so funny to me. Like, people are crazy. You know what? People are crazy. If someone says it to me, my insecure bell rings. Exactly. It screams, I'm insecure. Skibidi toilet fan, skibidi W res. Yes, skibidi bop. from a real, so I'm the Sigma. Yes, probably. I don't know what is going on with that chat today. Okay, how am I spawning my boids? My boids! No, my boid! So spawning that is only spawning one boid, right? It's only spawning one boid. So what I can do is call a function called spawn boids sequence. Spawn boids sequence, something like that, and I define how many boids I want to spawn, right? Can you make a variable that changes print to yep, so whenever you need to print something, you go yep message? You could, yes, you could, but I'm definitely not going to be doing that. Definitely not going to be doing that. For me to do that, you would need to pay me, and it would cost a lot of money, so I would not... you would not do it, basically. So, you are spawning voids like that, you're choosing the side in here. You're choosing the side in here. How are you choosing the side in here? If the side is this, you do that. Okay. Okay. So if the thing is even, you know you're going to spawn from both sides. So my theory, not my theory. What I want in here, I think, is how many voids. So amount, an int. How many cycles I want. Like how many spawn cycles. I'm gonna say an int. The amount is per cycle, okay? Amount per cycle. You know what? Let's be clear with the naming. Amount per cycle. How many spawn cycles and or rounds, depending on how you want to say, and the in between, the duration, the how much time between the spawn cycles. That might be a problem though. I need to calculate how many. No, I can calculate. That's okay. So, time between cycles, something like that. Okay. And so here I would have. I think I'm gonna use a simple tween. Let's create a tween in here. Var tween, tween sequence. Or tween spawn, it's better. Let's call that a scene tree tween. We are getting 1 inch of snow, so my power might go out. You can't stream then, so I don't lose my streak. I'm only streaming today and Friday, so it's fine. It's fine, right? It's probably fine. I work hard on consistently harassing you, and you don't want that record tarnished. That's very true, yeah. If only you could harass me financially, that would be even worse. I'm really just looking for money constantly, right? Isn't it true? This is terrible. I should stop doing that. I'm gonna do an if tween, I think. I'm gonna do an if tween because we don't know what we are doing. So if we have this tween, we kill it, and then we create it again. It's Texas, I'm not joking, it might go out for 1 inch of snow. No, it won't, don't worry, it won't. It won't. Tween, I will interval, that's for sure, and I will tween callback. Tween callback, yes. I will tween callback spawn void for a certain amount, so for I in amount per cycle, I prefer to do a range, I think, on those bad boys. I want to tween that. I want to tween that in parallel or not. What do you think? Do I send them out instantly? Maybe not. Maybe I interval a bit. You know what? Maybe I interval a bit, like a very tiny interval, like 0.1. I spend my I launch my thingy like that. I call that tween per cycle and spawn cycle. So here I do 4 cycle in spawn cycles. Same thing, I arrange it even though it's not needed per se. And at each end of the cycle, I tween interval for the time between the cycles, right? Whoops. What the fuck did I do? Okay. What is the problem in here? I need to pass self. I forgot. You can say that, and we have literally already gotten a message from the electric company letting us know that they're trying to invest to make sure it doesn't go out. Okay. Well, good luck then. Cakes sucks at his own game, not Sigma. Cakes, the guy, the streamer. I know the guy. I think I've seen him. What's his game? Why old games have shorter view distance? Were game devs back in the day myopic? I think that's why. Yes, Clutch. Exactly. I think that's the reason. They had problems with their vision, and so they had to like have very short viewing distance. Exactly. It makes sense, right? Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So spawn cycle. Calm down. My cat is trying to attack the other one. Calm down. Maybe you want to eat something. You want to eat? Give me a second, guys. Oh yes, the poor cat. She wanted to eat something. Cakes makes the Tangerine Tower defense game Tangy defense. What? Really? Tangerine what? Tangerine Tower defense? Really? I'd love to see it. If anyone can share it, I'd love to see it. For cycle in range, spawn cycle. For I in range, amount. And time between cycles, amount per cycle. Is it okay? Spawn cycle, blah blah blah. Is it okay? I feel like it's already okay. So when we are in that, we switch to the state void. We probably need something when we switch, right? When we arrive in here to do switching state anim, right? Probably. Timer behavior starts, and when the timer behavior starts, it's when we are going to spawn the void sequence. So we arrive in here, blah blah blah. We have a bunch of stuff on the side. Timer behavior. We compute the new target location. We do a bunch of stuff, and here we spawn the void sequence. Amount per cycle. I have no idea. 6. Let's say that we are doing. Oh no. We are doing 2 per cycle, maybe, or more. 4, 3. Let's see. Spawn cycles. I want 3 of them, and the time between the cycles. In here, I should calculate it. Time between cycles. Is there a way in English to write between but shorter? Is there a way you write between shorter? You see what I mean? Because it's too long. It's a long word, and I want something that helps me. Although that's really old, he's working on a new demo. Has been for some time. Thank you, TYJ, for the link. I'm gonna take a look at that in just a second. Cakes TD. Oh, he's not even lying. Like, the game is actually even called his name. Cakes TD. Okay, so I need to calculate the time between the cycle, right? I need to calculate that. And to calculate that, I need to know how long I'm going to move. So move duration. It's a float. By the way, or you say B. BTW to me sounds like by the way, or you say B. I don't want to... yeah, time B cycles. Like that. Time B cycles. But maybe it's missing something. I don't know. Maybe it's not that important. Can I get Hyperslice for free on release date? If you subscribe to the highest tier of the Patreon, you will get it, yes. It's basically free, right? It's free real estate. Time between cycles and move duration. The move duration is what? I'm pretty sure we calculated that one day. We calculated that one day. Basically, I know that I will be moving the distance. I will be moving the distance. Let me think. Speed, distance over time, right? I want time, so I want distance divided by speed. I want my distance divided by my speed. But this is going to give me... this is going to give me what? Probably not the right time. Probably not the right time, but we can take a look at that. That's okay. We can take a look at that. But imagine this is it, and we'll see if it's correct or not. And then what we have to do is simply time between cycles. It's simply the move duration divided by the amount of cycles that we have. So in this case, we have 3 cycles, right? We have 3 cycles. So it's, if we put it in here, if we say spawn per cycle int 3, and then we have var cycles int 3. Come on, I can't write. We can replace things everywhere, and in here we can cast our cycles to a float. That way we make sure that we have the correct thingy, and then in here we have spawn per. Is that what I should do? Amount per cycle. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. And in here I have my time between cycles. You know what? Maybe it's going to be incredibly shit, but we need to try. 3 spawn per cycles is definitely too much. It's definitely too much. So let's go with 2. And let's see, how does it look? How does it look? Mweep. Threat incoming. Up here. It doesn't do anything. Incredible. What the fuck is happening? Also, you know what? I have somewhere a threat indicator. I have an indicator, enemies indicator. Is that what I want? Enemies indicator is in the HUD. Is it in the HUD on my test in here? No, it's not. Enemies indicator is looking for what? Give me a second. Is looking for enemy off screen, enemy on screen. Oh, so each enemy is responsible for doing it? Fuck. That's kind of stupid, right? That's kind of stupid. Very stupid. But you know what? That's okay. Rectangle. -40. -40. It should be much bigger. -100. -100. And the size should be 200 and 200, right? Yeah, okay. Roughly. Screen entered. Screen or viewport? Emitted and enter the screen. Enter the viewport's view. Let's go with that. This is really stupid. Why do I have to do this? I don't have a... Are you telling me that I don't have a node that does it automatically? I'm doing it manually. This is incredibly stupid. Diddly diddle. Yes. Yes. And in here you can do signal bus, enemy on screen. Do you need to pass something? You can pass self, I guess. You can signify who is on screen. Yes, that's it. Still, this is stupid. And in here, you can do enemy off screen. Yes. Okay. Now, why, when we are going in here... Ooh! Stupid. Stupid. Because the spawn void sequence is only happening if we are repeating the calculation. It's like an early return. So that is really stupid. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to early return anymore. I'm going to say if we are colliding, I'm going to do this calculation. Otherwise, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to create the distance just before this if. Otherwise, I don't have it. But that's okay. And then I can use the distance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Very, very cool. My mouse is struggling because of the thingy. No, we don't know. We're too old for this shit, I think. Threat incoming. Appear voids. One thing I didn't think about. Enemy color. You know what? I'm gonna force it. Export var. Color. Color. I'm just gonna force the color because I don't want to deal with that right now. Let's force a color. What I didn't think about is the spawning of the voids will take some time, right? You look no older than 25. I'm 28. So thank you. Appear, voids. Yeah, so this is shit. This is really not what I was thinking. On base dictionary, colors. Oh, enum to colors. Shit. Yes, because they are. This is so stupid. Enum to colors. This is so stupid. Oh, this is so stupid. The way it's meant. The way it's created. The way it's created is so stupid. Fuck. I think we need a new notifier in here. We need a new notifier that would be boss. On screen, and that would be boss off screen. I'm gonna create that. Unfortunately, this is a bit stupid, but hey. Signal, boss on screen. What does enum mean? An enum is basically just a way for developers to name things instead of having numbers. Behind the scene, an enum is just an int. It's just an integer. And so you can use that to, for example, differentiate between multiple things. Or to name a state, for example, right? You could name a state. For example, currently waiting, attacking, whatever. So it makes it easier for developers. I think Godot allows non-int enums now too. Oh really? Maybe, but I'm still using Godot 3, so yeah. Chuchas on YouTube, hello. Boss on screen, boss, and boss off screen, boss. Boss on screen, off screen. Okay. So I'm gonna send that on the signal bus. I'm gonna send that. Basically, it's similar to this. And basically, it's similar to this. So I want off, and I want boss. Okay, and in here, I want boss on screen. I can grab that, and I can do boss on screen. And in here I pass boss. 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 Okay. My enemy indicator is not ready for that. This is so stupid. Doing this, having one function and signal for each is so fucking stupid. It could have been a generic object on screen, off screen, and then the object would send what kind of object it is. It's really, really stupid. But I am too lazy to refactor it right now because it's not the purpose. So I'm just going to go with it. It's going to take like 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds, but you see what I mean. It's not going to be that long to do it manually. And that's okay. But it's really stupid. On boss on screen. It's really, really stupid. Really, really stupid. Really, really stupid. Could you explain how do you do these visual effects in Godot 4.3? It's kind of complicated. I can't just like tell you everything. So if you have a specific effect you want to know, let me know. But otherwise, your question is too vague. Camilos, 10 consecutive streams, let's go. The North Pole Light, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Do you have a flexi spot? No, I just bought some motorized legs for my desktop because I have a tabletop that is, how can I say that? It's separate, right? It's something else. And I bought the legs after, or I don't remember in which order, but anyway. And so it's much bigger. It's like a huge thing. FlexiSpot, in my opinion, I don't know much about them, but I think it's overrated for what it is. How do you learn to talk so well in English as a French native? Itai. I think I talked about it multiple times. But basically, I listened to a lot of stuff in English. Especially I started with things that were, how can I say that? I started with things that were quite technical, but very precise. Like I was watching tutorials at the beginning, and I think it helps a ton because the vocabulary might be complex, but it's limited to something. And also people in tutorials, they usually speak slowly and it's meant to be understood, right? So it's so much easier to learn a language, I feel like, starting with this. In my opinion, the advice of starting with like TV shows and movies is a very bad one because it's incredibly difficult to understand what's happening, you know? It's very, very difficult. Especially since you can have like audio is not always incredible. You have noise all around, everywhere, different accents, different words. It's too difficult. So I listened to a lot of tutorials, and then the important thing I did, I think, is I spent a lot of time talking out loud to myself. Right? And I even do that. I still do that nowadays. That's how I come up with video ideas, for example. I start writing them out loud, and it helps a ton. Yes, apparently. I know that feeling as a pull. Came across Hyperslice on Steam. How did you came across Hyperslice on Steam, the North Pole? I'm interested. Thought I'd come here to watch. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for being here. Like for Super Mario, you could define an enum Mario status, small super fire leaf, and you can write a variable function that only accepts Mario status. Yeah, exactly. He was scared to speak German, since he would have summoned too many Germans, something historically influenced. I don't know German. Too difficult. I just know du hast schöne Augen. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I know, and if you know, you know. Okay, so I think my indicator should work now. So what I didn't think about the boss push test, what I didn't think about it, is that it's not correct. It's not correct. The way I'm spawning is not correct. Could I find a way to bypass the enemies? Maybe I should find a way to bypass the enemy spawning sequence. Otherwise it looks stupid, right? Chucha is on YouTube. Can you watch and rate the games you've developed? Either now or in another video? Please answer yes or no, and if yes, can I send you a link? I don't understand. You're saying games I've developed, and then you're asking me if you can send a link. I don't see the logic here. No, I was scrolling through arcade games to be released, and there it was. Wow, amazing. Cool. Cool. I'm struggling with visibility, so I hope that having a demo and stuff will help. If you're interested in the project, don't hesitate to register to the playtest on Steam. And if you are really interested in the project, you can join Discord, and I have a playtest version already. It needs to be updated because I'm adding co-op. But yeah, you should try Roblox Studio for the funnies. Maybe, but I'm not really interested in Roblox, to be honest. Hey, Arcam, how are you doing? I don't think you have seen them. Thanks anyway. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to rate my own games. I don't really care. I don't care my Instagram. I don't care my Instagram. I don't care my about my own games. Use your Roblox feels like self-punishment. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm not interested. I'm just not interested, I think. I'm good other than totally unmotivated to do real work nowadays. You know what is real work? Real work is game dev. Everything else is fake. The only thing we need as a society is game devs. That's the only thing we need. Not Roblox, just check how the studio engine works. Yeah, I understand. Maybe one day. I know that you know the guy, Gujis. You know the guy, right? On YouTube. Some of his most popular videos are making a game in a language. Look at that. Making a game in Python, nearly 2 million views. Making a game in C++, 600k. Making a game in Scratch, 1.5 million. Making a game in Scratch, 700k. Made a game in Scratch, 700k. Made in JavaScript, 800. This is crazy, right? And it's like constantly the same thing. Every time he's doing a video made in whatever, it's performing really well. Made in Lua, slightly less interesting for people apparently. Made in Godot, nobody cares. That's crazy. But people are interested about making a game in something else, I guess, than what they're used to. And I don't know, maybe Roblox is too popular to do that. Like, making a game in Roblox Studio, probably people don't care, because it's something that a lot of people are already doing. You see what I mean? The youngsters in chat making me feel old. It's randomly shooting. If you catch someone, they might want what you have, and then want to do comparison. Smacks? What are you talking about? I think large portion of his subs are good already, so might not look that. True, maybe. Lua better. You think Lua is better? Yeah, maybe. Lua is cool, I think. I can't wait to do some playdate development, because Lua seems like a cool game. Goal for this year. I didn't talk about my goals for this year, because I wanted to avoid talking too much about those games, because, to be honest, about those goals, sorry, because when you talk about goals, when you disclose the goals publicly, it can be that there's an effect where you feel like you've accomplished those goals, especially when you start talking about them. There's this weird thing in the brain where you kind of feel an accomplishment even though you didn't do anything. So I'm trying to not talk about those goals, but one of those is probably releasing a game for the playdate. I would love that. Watch how to write a game in Python, then look for more videos, sees a C++ or Rust video, wants to see for comparison. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It puts you into a cycle. Okay, maybe. Blood joined his 2 last brain cells to make up what Smack said. I'm still a bit sick. No, but that's okay. Morning, Mars. Hello. Release a game? Nah, we don't do that here. We do. You haven't played it already? I don't. But I'm putting aside all of the coffee money. People that are donating on coffee. First of all, thank you so much for doing that. But the donations on coffee are specifically going towards purchasing a playdate. Hopefully they don't release another one when I buy it. That would be cool. Okay. So how do we do that, guys? How do we do that? First of all, the move duration is wrong. The move duration is completely wrong, right? And you know why it's completely wrong? Well, you know why it's completely wrong? Because I think... Boom, 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 boom. Where is the freaking game that I was making? Balaclaw. Yeah, Claw Lecter. Let me open that up really quickly. I know that I've done this in the past, but I'm too lazy to watch again. Wow. Hi, new to stream. What's your game about? No. Hello. My game is about my game. How did we call it the last time? Oh fuck, I forgot the name. We found an easy way to talk about the genre, but it's basically an arena, arcade, roguelite, fighting game. No, action game. I said action already, right? Where your only weapon is a dash 'em up. Yes, a dash 'em up. So you have a push dash and you have a slice dash. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Gotta go, have a nice day. Thank you, Thibaut. Goodbye. Thank you for dropping by. Lua is so simple that if you know Python, you know Lua. Yeah, exactly. I've done Lua once, I think, and it was definitely easy. It was definitely easy. So let me just check something. My cart. So we don't have to do anything, right? We divide the speed, and we know the duration. We divide the speed. We divide the distance by the speed, right? That's what we do in here, and we already have a duration in what we want, which is in seconds. That's kind of what we want. The problem is that I don't manage to do that. Apparently. Unless I did something stupid. For cycle, in spawn cycle, you spawn a certain amount. You twin callback, you twin interval, bloop, bloop, bloop. And then you twin interval, and then you start again. Is that what I want? I think it is, right? And I spawned voids in here. This is stupid. Why am I doing that? I should not be doing that. I can close this. Most complex things I've done in Lua was writing an MMO add-on to play a match 3 game or tic-tac-toe waiting for raids or PvP. That sounds cool. I believe Mr. Tick told me he didn't know anyone. I don't remember if I asked you already. Do you know, do any of you know some publishers, coaches, devs for mobile games? I'm looking for advice coaching. Specifically about mobile games, I don't know, no. He's tweening in Godot for like little animations for the stuff. Tweening is a way to animate values. Yes, you can see it that way. So you're moving here, you're spawning. There's something wrong, right? It's spawning, it's not spawning enough. And also, why are you spawning missiles now? What the fuck happens? What? Since when are you spawning missiles? The fuck is this What the fuck is this? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can help you on that. What is going on? Who's calling spawn missile? No one, right? What? How am I able to call that? Oh, there was some errors. Parameter tween target was null. Yeah, that was not that. What the fuck happened? How did I spawn missiles? How did I spawn missiles even though I called spawn void? What is wrong? Enemy void? Instance? Void? Append? Instance? Call deferred? Set deferred, call deferred. Never mind, I'll try asking Mattermost, and then maybe try looking up a nice mobile game and see if they have publishers. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to publish your game? Are you trying to use a publisher for your game? I wouldn't worry about mobile development for now. The market is so crowded and flooded with shovelware, it's way too easy to get drowned instantly, even if your game is insanely good. I think I agree with you. Create a good and successful desktop game first, then port it to other platforms and use your established player base for more initial visibility. I kind of agree. I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand what's happening. I'm not spawning missiles, right? There's nothing that spawns missile. So what on earth is happening? What on earth is happening? Start, I'm switching the state. Ooh, am I calling start? Am I calling start manually on the boss? Player start boost? Yes, I am. Spawn banner, and then I'm calling start in here. Right. And when we call start, we just switch state to appear. So, what the fuck is happening? How exactly did I spawn missiles in here? What the fuck happened? On timer spawn timeout. Oh! What? Who's calling that? One shot. Who's calling that? Timer spawn. Nobody's calling timer spawn, right? On enemy died. Oh. Oh. That's why. Okay. Makes sense. So regarding finding a publisher, I'm hoping to at least get in touch with a publisher to get a feel of what my game is worth. Like, is it worth anything? Is it improvable to a point where it'll be worth something? Regarding the mobile market, I agree that it's difficult, impossible to be seen. On the other hand, it's so easy and convenient and enjoyable to be able to tell friends, look up a major on your mobile store and see my game, give it a try. Do you want us to do you want us to give you an opinion? Use of technical failure movements could be published on Steam and it'll be different. I think the best thing you can do as an indie is move on as quickly as possible to your next game, to be honest. I don't think it's worth it spending time with publishers and stuff like that, especially at the beginning of your career. First of all, because publishers are difficult to reach. They care about money, so they will reach. Honestly, they would reach out to you if it was worth it for them. And my thing about, personally, I'm not interested in publishers. So my take on that is that you should not even think about using a publisher. You don't need it, especially since you're working outside of that. You have the funding already, and publishers are here mostly for funding, right? If you think you need a publisher for marketing and stuff, you're fucked. You're fucked because your game, you should start, if your goal is to sell games, you should start with marketing, which means knowing that there is a market, right? So communication and stuff from publishers, I don't think those are like really interesting for most people. And also, it's becoming a bit harder to get published because there are so many games and publishers are a bit afraid and stuff. So honestly, unless you are incredibly good at what you do, publishers will not be interested by your first, second, or even third game. You see what I mean? And it's not against you. Like, what you did is truly impressive, and you did some great work. And I think you managed to create a very cool game. Personally, I don't think a publisher would be interested in that. It's a cool game. It's a cool little game. But I don't think it's worth more than that for them. You see what I mean? I don't think it's worth much from them. And I don't know what is the state of publishing on mobile. But I would also be afraid of publishers that would be basically looking for a lot of money. So they're not looking for indies, right? They have their own studios with tons of people working on tons of small games that are ticking all of the things that would make their game really successful. I don't know. It's hard to give advice. Hey, Ivory Lion on YouTube. Hello. It's hard to give advice, right? Because it depends so much on what you want, out of your career. But I really believe that for most indies, publishers are not even a good thing. Chuchas, goodbye. How does your cam track your face all the time? There's a plugin that does that. It's probably a simple face tracking algorithm. My train of thought wasn't really to find a publisher to publish my game. I was thinking if I can find a coach or knowledgeable person, it might be able to find a publisher who could tell me what they think. Nope, no thanks. Or maybe, did you think about doing X and Y? I think publishers have something else to do than to give you feedback, unfortunately. You see what I mean? And also, it goes back to my idea. I think indies should move to the next project as soon as possible. In my opinion, you've learned what you had to learn with this project, and maybe it's just the right moment to switch to something else. You see what I mean? Because the more time you spend on a project, the less it's giving you back, the less it's teaching you. Because then you get into the small things, the small tweaks that are not meaningful. And I really believe in quantity over quality as when you're starting out, and even for a long time, to be honest. But again, it depends how you want to approach your journey. About a coach or something, you can definitely find some people that are doing mobile releases. I can think of Orange Pixel. That's probably one of the only person that does mobile. Orange Pixel is usually releasing his games on mobile, and also he's doing premium games. His games are definitely way different than yours in the sense that they are more like classic top-down shooters or beat them up and stuff like that. But that could be interesting. And then the closest you can find to that is people that are publishing their games on the web, right? The people that are publishing their games on the web could be interesting. Ivory Lion, gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Yeah, totally, I do agree with you. Orange Pixel, exactly, thank you, Vex. Do you make games for personal game or just like entertaining other people? That's a good question to ask yourself. Yep, we discussed about switching to the next project. I still agree, and at the same time, I'm still learning currently how to make a tutorial from a game. And I'd hate to feel that like I've abandoned the project too early, too fast. I'd like to have some feel of achievement of finishing the game. I think if that is the case, you need to define incredibly precisely what is finishing the game. Otherwise, I can assure you, you're going to spend the next year on that. And at the end of the year, you will not feel the sense of achievement that you're looking for, because you will look at the finished project and you will be like, why the fuck did I spend so much time on that project? This is the easiest thing for a developer, to get stuck in a project constantly thinking, no, but I just need to do that and the project will be ready. I just need to do that small modification. It will be easy to justify. But I think the best skill you can have is to learn when to stop a project, and usually it's before you really want to. Because it's hard to release something, or at least to abandon it, like you say. And I think you will always feel like you're abandoning the project, to be honest. But I think it's much better for you to abandon it when you want than to abandon it out of spite. Like, imagine if you're working on it for too long, at some point you will be like, oh, for fuck's sake, I just want to be done with this game. And you will start abandoning it because it's too late. You're saying you should leave a project before you feel it's finished. Most of the time you will never get the feeling that it's finished. I don't think it's really possible. I released Dashpong knowing that a bunch of stuff could be better, could be improved, I could add more stuff. I will release Hyperslice knowing that I can do better, that I can do more stuff, that I can whatever. I think it's always like that. Every time I do a video, I have the feeling that it could be made better. If I spend another day, another week, it could be made better. But at some point, if your goal is to release things, you have to say, no, I will define exactly when is the end. And it could be because you're defining a bunch of features. It could also be because you have a deadline, right? For example, with videos, you could say, I have 4 days to make it. That's it. At the end of the 4 days, it needs to be done. No matter if it's finished or not. That will help you make decisions. Making a tutorial for that game maybe is not useful. Maybe it's not useful because your game is simple enough that people can figure it out. And yes, theoretically you could learn stuff by making a tutorial, but in your next game, maybe your next game will be slightly more complicated in its mechanics, and then it will really require a tutorial. And so you will learn at that moment. Because if you go by that logic of, yes, but I'm still learning, again, you could turn your game into a huge MMO multiplayer, battle royale, whatever, and you would still be learning, right? You see what I mean? But I think it's diminishing returns. I'm working on a tutorial because no one discovered the one feature that's kind of fun in my game. Maybe just make a hint at the beginning. Maybe just make a hint, right? That's called scope creep, and it's very dangerous, but it's a good list to start off with, and then condense it into half of that, and then condition again to another half that you can always add more once the basics are done. Yeah, definitely. Hello, Walland. So you're saying you should live 9 years in production, 1 year rushed production. Yeah, pre-production, 1 year rushed production. Yeah, exactly. I'm a hypercrite on this. I'll work for years on a game, this time intentionally making the transition from indie to AA. Yes, of course. Again, it depends what your goals are, and I think it's also fine. Like, most of the time when we give the advice of making small games and releasing often and stuff, we are doing it to a specific audience. We're talking to a specific audience. First of all, we are usually talking to beginners, and in some ways I still consider myself a beginner, right? So the advice, I think, is fair for a beginner. Second, we're also talking to indie that are solo on their projects, which is way different than people that are trying to build a studio, which of course are probably going to go with something slightly bigger than what you would do as an indie. The title of the stream should be Just Chatting Boss Design and Hyperslice as a side project. TYG, it's always like that. It's always like that. Twitch is fun because we discuss stuff. I was looking, so not sure what we were discussing, but I'm always learning. I'm 42 and still learning. We were talking about projects, specifically Mars. Like, My take is that at some point during the development process, the learning diminishes, and I think it's better to switch to a new project.
What time is it?
It's shader time. Probably not. Go by a checklist and not your gut. I totally agree with you, Peacebreaker. GDD, I don't know if I agree with you, Smacks. I think GDD is a very specific structure that doesn't really work with everyone. It can be constructed over time, though, to help you understand what's happening, though. I'd love to have a financial game at some point, but at the end of the road, it's also entertain people. Then Arkham, if your goal right now is not even to make money, I think thinking about publishers and thinking about spending more time on a game is definitely not the thing you should do. I think the best thing you can do is do the opposite. Work as fast as you can and create tons of small experiences. You don't even have to do entire games. I think you would be wasting time always trying to finish a game. Sometimes you just have to experiment with something, and that's also one good way to learn. You learn how to do something specific with Godot, something specific with Steam, a specific mechanic, a special effect, whatever, and you don't have to make a full game out of that. But if you get into the habit of just creating stuff, it will make the whole creation process so much easier. You don't have to release the next Balatro, but get a few finished games, even if short, then working on something bigger to impress a publisher. There's several smaller ones in Germany that do take an indie game, but I'll be schedule requirements. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it was Orange Pixel, right? It was Orange Pixel. And if you're looking for developers that are working more into the web space in web games, you should definitely check out Blumgy. Blumgy, Blumgy, I don't know. He's doing solely web games. Very cool. Is 4K downloads in 2 months good? I don't know, it depends what you want. I guess yes. If your game if your goal is to get some players, I guess it's good, yeah. I don't know. Statistics don't really mean anything, right? They have to be put in context, otherwise it's basically useless. If I say to you, is 1 million views good? It depends. If it's your first video and you're doing it for yourself, of course. If you have a team of 20 people and you have a monthly expense of like 50k and you're doing one video a year, no. So you see, statistics don't really mean anything. Talking about when the learning you get from a small game isn't enough and you should switch to another new project to start learning for real again. And it's not even just about learning, Arkham. It's not just about learning. It's about getting into the habit of knowing when to stop, into broadening your experience, and every time you start a new project, you have the chance to start from scratch, so you can try a new technique for your project, and you will probably try. You will try a new way of organizing your files, a new way of programming, so many things. You see what I mean? Ivory Lion, GDD is more essential for those working on a team. Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah. Definitely. Right now I'm working on learning how to train LLMs. Blumgy. It's here on YouTube and somewhere. To be honest, I don't know where you can find him. I know he has a Twitter. Blumgy. Maybe he has a website. He does. He does have a website. That's Solo Zero Spent 20th game. I mean, yes, it's good. 4K seems like a lot. Just to finish on that subject, because I think it's interesting. Mobile, I guess, is very difficult. But just to talk about your feeling that you shared earlier, which is when you're doing something on mobile, it's so easy to just send it to someone and say, hey, look at the game I'm making. Well, I think doing games for the web can give you the same feeling, because the web has this easy publishing aspect of it, which can also be used as a way to say, hey, check out my game or check out the thing. And I think you might have more chance on the web, because there are platforms nowadays and they are easier to work with. I'm not saying that they will definitely make you a lot of money, but it could be enough, right? And it's, if you're doing casual games and stuff, I think it can be a real good idea. And you will avoid all of the things that are incredibly painful, like releasing on the App Store and on the Android Play Store is awful. It's the worst experience. It's the worst experience, and also as an indie, it's not manageable over the years, because their requirements for updating apps constantly are going to kill you, that's for sure. You will publish one game, and then you will need to update it constantly, and then you will have a second game, a third game, a fourth game, and you will need to update all of those games. It's simply not manageable over the long run, I think. But with web platforms, it might be slightly easier, and you will still have that reward of being able to share it easily with other people. Platforms like itch.io can do that, but you also have platforms specifically for web-based games, such as Poki, P-O-K-I, sorry, Poki, and you also have Crazy Games. Crazy Games also can monetize your games, I think. There might be other platforms, but I'm not sure. My biggest issues is look. I can't get past the game not looking like I want. That's a place I get stuck. I understand, but I think it's something most indies really need to work on, because it's something that can hold people for the wrong reasons, right? And one way of dealing with that is finding a simple style that you like and that can work without too much work, right? For example, the style that Stuffed Wombat has, the Stuffed Wombat style of like very simple shapes and stuff, sometimes a bit pixelated and whatnot. I feel like it works. It works well, and then you just have to juice it up. Of course, it might be something that you don't like. If you like high fidelity visuals, then you're fucked. To be honest, you're fucked. Nice stream, I like you. Thank you, TYJ. What if instead of Hyperslice it was Freaky Slice and you cut Diddy in half? I don't know who Diddy is. Itch feels like it's more used by people into game development. I would ever know or exist in do game dev. It's not entirely true. I think you're right to some extent. I think you're right. It's part of it is a lot of developers, but we also have people that are specifically looking for cool indie games that are not yet on Steam. For example, I know that for the horror scene is very, very well alive on itch, because it's one place where you can easily find a ton of horror games, especially short experiences. So there are definitely people looking for games specifically on itch. Thank you, I'll have a look at those. To be honest, if I start doing web games, I might ditch Godot for something lighter. Love Phaser. Give it a try. See how it is, right? Why not use something else? But at the same time, Godot works well for the web, especially Godot 3. It was fine. I don't know where Godot 4 is on the web, but it was fine. So yeah, I don't know. It's been 86 minutes. Maybe I should stop walking. What do you think? 86 minutes is good, right? Yes. Should we ban Akim for ditching Godot? We should. That's for sure. You can keep going if you're only stopping because of the time and not because you're tired. No, I'm a bit tired, to be honest, and I want to concentrate a bit more. And let's be honest, it's a bit easier to concentrate It's a bit easier to concentrate when you're not walking. And yes, I want to concentrate. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. What's the time for you right now? What's the time for me right now? It is 3:43. That week, French boy, 86 minutes only. Yeah, transformation isn't working. Transformation isn't working? It is. Effect. Transformation. Oh, it's not. You're right. The fuck? I will give you a transformation. Ah! It was maybe just struggling. Now it's working. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Perfect. Ah! But it doesn't stop for some reason. It's really weird. My shortcut is broken. That's your next horror game success rate here. Yeah. Let me change the subject. Hey, look at the transformation. Okay, guys, quick break. I grab a coffee and we finally work on this boss. Mr. Bean, is that you? It was me. See you in 2 minutes. Too early. Let's change color. Let's do that. Let's dash. 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 Boom, then we are green. Let's go. Yes! Fuck it. That was good. 13. That is nice. I don't see where this is coming from. I don't see where this is coming from. You see what I mean? And now it's not doing that anymore. What the fuck? Wow, it's so freaking hard. But this is good. But this is really, really good. This is hard. This is hard and good. It would be horrible, right? Can you imagine? Like, I would just look at you, right like that, right in the eyes, and I would start pissing with my toilet that is just under myself. I was about to say nicely done. There you go, yeah. Okay, Oh! Oh my god, that's the speedrunning technique right there, right? It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's like a secret. You can like get an upgrade, but you don't know what it is. Do you like it? It's like a secret upgrade. It's Secret Santa. Why is everything so bad? Why is my game so bad? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why I'm such a shit developer? I would like to know. I need to get better. It's perfect. Better than CSS. Boobity bop, boobity bop, boobity bop, boobity bop. So I know you're all advising me to change projects, but I'm still going to push a little more in major. I'll finish this tutorial hopefully soon, and then releasing a full graphics overall for the cards, like Easter themes, Maybe replace cards with Easter eggs with various decorations. So you see, for example, Arkham. I think the tutorial, why not? I understand, right? The tutorial, why not? I understand. But the theming of the cards and stuff, while this is something that is a bit fun, it's definitely not needed on a project like that. And it might be something that you do only because you have a released game that is already doing well, and you know that doing this will generate some revenue or some interest or whatnot. And again, this is an advice if you want to have more of a game dev career, right? If your goal is just to have fun and you find this fun, then maybe do whatever you want. Are we making a card game? So it's not really a card game, right? Not really a card game. Not the way you think. Self-promo? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Arkham is very often here. There's no problem. What people don't understand about self-promo is that most streamers or whatever would hate if you arrive on a stream and you start promoting your shit, even though no one knows you and you're never here, right? It's totally different when a regular viewer, on top of that, subscriber is giving a link to his project that we've been discussing for the past, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. Right? It's quite different. I have a problem with that. I'm spawning my Boyd. Am I stupid? I'm doing this is a cycle. In here, I'm spawning all of that with an interval of 0.1. That's the problem. That's the problem. This can't be done like that. This can't be done like that. Otherwise, the time between cycle is going to get fucked. This is why. But let's not do that, because we are only spawning 2 of them, so that's okay. Yeah, also Mr. Iptic is kind of the godfather of my game. The godfather? Incredible. Why are you spawning only 2 of them? Is it because it's too short? And you don't have time? Why is he not moving? Why are you not moving, fucker? Oh, because you changed, fuck, I'm stupid. He changed state. That's not an amazing boss, right? The boys are really not spawning fast enough. Okay, let's change gears. Let's change gears and let's change the way we're doing that. This is not moving. This is not going well. So in here, let's make that very short by make it. We force it. And I need a way to bypass the animation. It's so fucking frustrating to have to wait for that animation. It's really, really frustrating. So in the ready function, deactivate appear. Okay, in here we are going to have a skip appear. Bool it's going to be false. And we're going to say, if skip appear, we are going to get the meta, we are going to connect it in here. If skip appear, we return, and we can do that in here. So in here I apply the thing, I do that, push particle emitting, blah blah blah, I connect, skip appear, I return, deactivate appear. So I don't deactivate, so it should be activated by default, right? Yes, imagers. If you're focusing, so I'll ask you a question. Fuck you. Imagine I have a cursor icon in a card, and I want to show the cursor icon clicking on the card. When throwing it out of the screen, it's pretty simple with a tween. Just animate both their positions, right? That's what I did. But now, ideally, I'd like the cursor icon to stop moving after 80% of the way, so it shows that you don't drag the card out of the screen, but rather throw. How would you do it? If twin property for the icon with a duration of 80% of the duration, it won't move at the same speed of the card, right? Yeah. You put a horse's head on your bed? A joke for the older people. I don't have the reference decks. Okay, let me think. It's not the same duration, so it will go there faster. No, it's fine. It's fine, right? It's fine. Because look at that. What you're going to do is this. You're going to say that. You're starting from point A. You want your index to stop at point B, and you want the card to go at point C, right? What you should do, I think, personally, is you can think in terms of speed. You define what is the speed S of your objects, and you know what is the distance, right? Because in here you have a distance d1, and here you have a distance d2. And so this gives you what is the duration, what is t, for each of them. So this one is going to have a duration of t1, and this one is going to have a duration of t2. Yep, that's it, Mr. Iltik. You see what I mean? You're not old enough. I'm not old enough. I didn't see the movie. Yeah, but with the easings. True. The easings are going to fuck you over. Because the easings in Godot are calculated automatically depending on the duration of the thing. That's true. So that's a good question, to be honest. I'm not sure. Have you tried? Because maybe the easing, maybe if you try, you're actually not going to see it because it's going to be fast enough. At the end, continue moving the card or giving an impulse. I did try it. Okay. Yeah, that's another solution. You stop both of them at the same spot, and then you impulse the card at the end. Yeah, that could work. It doesn't have to feel completely real because it's okay, right? You could also do the tween in 2 steps. Hey, Arkham, let's do it differently. You can calculate the tween in 2 steps. You can do that. That's basically what you would do with your impulse, but you don't have to do an impulse. You can just do it in two steps. Those should be in parallel. The first two ones are doing in parallel, arriving at that spot, and then after that you chain another tween which is doing only that. So the beginning can have the same easing, the end can have the same easing, but what you really want is probably to not have any easing in here so that you can start right away and go outside of the screen. I think this solution might be the easiest. You just do two tweens, one after the other. I mean, you do a parallel one, and then you chain the second part of the tween. And you can start. So the second would have no easing or ease out, and exactly. You need to play around with the easings to make sure that this transition in here feels nice. If you have both an ease in and out on both of the values, it's going to feel very slow, because you're going to start off slow, and in here, instead of being quite fast, you're going to ease out like that. The end in here should probably look more like this. A throw probably looks more like this, or even like this. I'm not even sure. Maybe your easing should be more something like that, right? Something that finishes off quite fast, because that's how you would throw. For example, if you look at the tween cheat sheet, a throw would probably be closer to something like a cubic ease in, right? That's what you have. I'm using the last easing you drew, and with an ease in. I'm using quart. Quart with an ease in. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have to play around with it and see what looks good, right? Maybe a back could actually be even better, because you have a slight overshoot before you go there. No, but it's not going to work, because it's not going to be like and you don't arm a swipe. You don't arm a swipe. You just swipe. So a swipe probably closer to quart is maybe too slow at the beginning, I would say. Maybe it's actually closer to a circ or cubic. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. How about exponential? I think exponential is way too slow at the beginning. Exponential would do something like, and when you swipe, you don't do. It's like it's like a flick, so you start quite fast, right? Maybe even a sign. I don't know. You have to try. But I think you're on the right path about doing it in two steps, basically. Yeah. I think it should work. So we don't deactivate. We skip, right? So let's skip. When we spawn the void sequence, we spawn the void in here, and skip appear bool is equal to true, right? That way we have the possibility to not do that if we want. We have the instance increase over time. Let's do instance skip appear is equal to skip appear. Is it skip appear that they have? Skip appear, yes. So let's see if it looks a bit better. No problem. You see, I didn't think about it either at first, but after seeing it for more than a second, it worked. Oh my god! Look at that! What a cool boss! Look at that! What a cool boss! Look at that! What a cool boss! That's pretty cool, right? For some reason, it's pretty cool that it's destroying stuff like that. But it's not what we want. It's not what we want. It's not what we want. Boss push. So what is happening is that when we deactivate, we deactivate everything, right? So we still need to deactivate some stuff. when we skip up here. But not everything, so don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. But we disable the hurt box. No. We disable the hitbox. No. We just disable the hitbox enemy, I guess. Boss showing off. Yes. Have you realized you can discard cards by throwing them out of the left top or right edge? It'll give you points, which fills the bottom bar, and when it gives a bonus card, and if you aim at the target, it gives you extra points. Have you thought before committing to a full tutorial, before committing to a full like maybe interactive tutorial, have you tried just doing like an overlay tutorial? Have you tried that? Because sometimes it's enough, especially for games that are not super complex. An overlay tutorial might be enough. Let me show you what I mean by that. Okay, because in Claw Lecter, for example, or for game jams, what I usually try to do is something like that. Come on, don't take ages to launch. You just have like something like that, right? Where it's like a screenshot of the game with the important things. And maybe you can do one or two like that, and that might be enough. But I haven't thought about an overlay, not yet. It makes more sense indeed. It might be simpler also. Yeah. And so you see, you read it, you're like, controls move the claw with the blah blah blah. The goal is the depths you have to repay on mouse control. You continue. Then it's telling you have object pools, consumables, trinkets, and then that's it, it plays. That might be enough. What my theory, my way of doing things personally is you try with the simplest solution first. You try the simplest solution first. If it doesn't work, you make it more complex, right? Okay, so I increased the value in here. I have that already, but I didn't complete it with the target and bonus cards. Okay. Whoa, calm down. So, we would have threat incoming up here, voids, the animation is definitely... The animation is definitely not... The animation is definitely not doing what I want, right? Why is that? Oh, because I'm supposed to return. Fuck's sake. My current idea for the tutorial is that it would be the first few playable levels of the game, so you would learn by doing. That's the learning part of me. Yeah, okay, I see. I understand. I understand. Those voids, they need to go faster, I think. Otherwise, they're not fun. They definitely need to be more difficult voids. Sometimes the card alert my to-do list. The tiny folks game you made. By the way, I made the screenshot tutorial that's currently in the game after seeing you do it for the Ludum Dare tiny folk games you made. Yeah, definitely. To be honest, I was inspired by Doot. because I saw him made a tutorial like that, and I was like, wow, for small projects and game jams, it's so easy to make. Like, you make it incredibly fast as a developer, and it will probably be enough, right? And because it's a screenshot, you can always just add a button somewhere that shows it again during gameplay so that people can see it. So I was like, wow, that's a very easy way to do it. What I also like is when the tutorial is inside of the game. Again, when the game is simple enough, you have the writing directly on the map on the game, and it says like press X to move or something, whatever, and you press X and it checks off. Again, not too complex, but slightly more dynamic, which can be useful in some games. It's very good technique, efficient and fast. Yeah. Michette! Thank you so much for the support. Hello! How are you doing? Michette, I wanted to say something. I wanted to tell you something. I hope you don't feel pressured into doing that every time you come here now. Like, it's a cool habit, but you don't have to, so never feel pressured to do it, right? I hope you don't. I hope you don't feel like you have to do it because you've been doing it. Okay? I like doing it. Okay. Well, then, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. It helps. We are 70% of the goal, which is buying a playdate. Amazing, right? Spawn missile. That's not what I want. As always, you're welcome. We need to get you to 100%. That's so cool. Thank you. You want to see me make a game for the playdate? I have to then. I will have to make a game. Shit, I will have to make a game. Where do we spawn? Where do we give a velocity to our boys? Spawn boyd, max speed 500. We need something better, right? What if we do a range? What if we do a range? Like 650 and 850. What if we make them much bigger, much faster? But I have a feeling that this boss is not that fun. I hope it will be. Okay. The spawn is pretty cool. You're doing damage. You're like boom, boom, boom. Okay. Come here. You're like. And if you don't kill the things, they can become a problem, right? So you have to be careful about what you do. I don't know what to think. The target isn't getting detected when I throw the card for some reason after a while. I feel like they don't go that fast. Do you think it's working? Give me a sec. What did I do? I wanted to launch the boss, not that. What is the date today? 2001. 225. Okay. Okay. My highlight is so cool, right? Your highlight is incredible, yeah. Okay. The danger is off. P-target, global flash. Yes, okay, if that's the only problem, it's fine. The targeting is off. The enemy indicator, for some reason, is completely off. On boss, erase, boss, type danger. Do we have another type? Indicator, boss. Indicator has boss, erase, boss. Off-screen, enemy, off-screen, enemy, on-screen. My boss, for some reason, is sending the enemy... is sending the enemy stuff too early. Screen entered, screen exited. Enemy off-screen, self. Give me a second. Why is he boss on-screen, boss off-screen, self? Maybe I should make it smaller. Minus 50, and we do 100 and 100. Yeah. Boss push. Whoops, I killed my boss. Pretty quiet in here. It's always quiet on YouTube for some reason. Tomorrow is the day that all planets align. What do you mean, Walland? Oh, Walland, I forgot to reply to your message before the break, right? You said something. You said. Talking about horror games, do you plan to make one anytime soon? I want to make one with you, Walland. I think we just need to make one that is even smaller than what we were thinking about when we started discussing again. I really think we should do something that is incredibly tiny, as a way to get used to making horror games. All planets in the solar systems get an almost straight line. A literally planetary alignment in the sky. A literal. Wow, okay. That's pretty cool. What if you only make the card bigger, huh? That's a very good idea, write it down. Yes, agree. Need to make a satisfying game loop and leave it at that. Exactly. It needs to be super simple. Really, it needs to be one room. It needs to be tight as fuck. That way we can actually release it and we have something. I mean, come on. I played click holding. I didn't click holding. I don't remember if there's an H or not. I didn't enjoy it. But everything is happening inside of one room. There's not a lot, and it's mostly text. And it did pretty well. But I didn't enjoy it. But we have to make something in one room. I mean, Buckshot Roulette is a good example of that. But it's too good of an example, I think. It's too good of an example. I'm wondering if my enemy Boyds are actually going as fast as they could. Those fuckers. Do you think that those fuckers are going as fast as they could? Ha! You wonder, right? You're like, ha! Are they going as fast as they could, those fuckers? No, because we need to use the speed component. And that's why they're not going as fast as they could. Because the speed is not defined like that. Right? I don't know. Enemy Boyd. They are using the speed component. Good job. Good job, mother trucker. Good job, mother trucker. Max speed 300. We can definitely change that by using the right spawn Boyd. Velocity, speed, max speed. And in here, we can do a speed component, max speed. Try making them spawn in slow and speed up exponentially. Looks cool. They will kind of do that. I think they will do it by default somehow because they accelerate, but they should accelerate fast enough. We'll see, we'll see. Hopefully it's good enough. I mean, it won't be worse than the actual situation, I guess. Yeah. We need to come up with something simple. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I think we need to use a game jam for that. So it's speed max, sorry. Why exactly is this fucker of a boss sending the wrong signals? When you enter the screen, you say, hey, I'm on screen. And when you exit the screen, you say, hey, I'm off screen. For some reason, we are seeing it constantly. You should have the boss when you dash into them turn to a different color and ping pong around the room, bouncing off the wall. And then you have to avoid them. You should have the boss when you dash into them turn to a different color and ping pong. Uh-huh. Why you... Yeah? Okay. That's not a totally bad idea, to be honest. That's actually a nice change of pace. Basically, you attack them, turn into a bouncing projectile. Yeah, true. I'm wondering if I want that with this boss. But I mean, it could be cool. It could be cool. I guess. It could be cool. I'm gonna think about it, okay? It has no access to the speed component? What the fuck? Enemy base. Are you telling me you don't have the speed component? Speed component. You do have the speed component, so what the fuck? Oh, because it's an already variable. It's an already variable. It's an already variable. So you can't do that in here. You have to wait for them to be ready. Are you ready? I am ready. So we are going to set deferred. Set deferred speed component. Skibbity bop. That's not how we do it. We do speed component. Set deferred, but it's not. It's probably not going to be there yet, right? It's probably not going to be there yet. We can do it differently if we need to. Can't assign to an expression. Sounds like Final Fantasy music, but I don't think it is. No, it's from Nintendo. You can see the music at the bottom left corner. You can see the music from the bottom left corner. I don't know what it was. Set deferred on base, no. Yeah, okay, we have this problem, right? We have this problem, right? We have this problem. Okay, I can do it like that. I can do it like that, and thus I won't have problem anymore. Theoretically, I just do what I did earlier, which is I set the speed max, which is the max speed, in fact. And I think it should work. Oh, my phone, I can't see anything. I can barely see your face. So I start blessing when looking at French when used to it. Hey, fuck you. Yeah, okay. What I understand is that you're right. Wow. They really is it lagging for you too? What is lagging for me? I think my Boyd behavior is completely wrong, and it shows, right, when they have a high speed. The behavior, the game was lagging. The game is lagging when I'm streaming. It's lagging a bit when I'm streaming. The behavior is completely wrong when there's a lot of people. When they go fast, and it's because they try to avoid themselves. The avoidance is probably too strong. I need to fix the behavior at some point. I really need to. Are they homing? They have a Boyd behavior, so it's a bit more complex than that. No, but it's so erratic that I can't do anything here. I need to make them go slower, otherwise. Had to remember my Twitch password, been a minute. Welcome, Ivory Lion. Welcome to Twitch. Let's reduce the speed a bit, unfortunately. I need to fix the behavior. I have too many things to do. Why are some of my fucking things not working? It drives me crazy. But go on. You can register the playtest on Steam. I don't know what to think. It doesn't play well. Doesn't play well. But anyway, when we are in here, after we switch to missiles, let's do missiles. Let's do missiles, and I think we can have a substate. Hey, Peacebreaker! Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs to Brookie Wookie and Subsonic Picking. Subsonic Ping, sorry. And you gifted 100 subs on this channel. Let's go! Thank you for the sub. Don't let Foreigner have the first place. Oh my god. Oh my god. Enum. Missile. Missile phase, something like that. Barrage, and what is the other one that I wanted? Sequence. Okay, and we can have in here we can have a var missile phase state. It's an int, and it's missile phase. We start with a barrage, I think. I promise it's not as bad as I sound for people who never met me before. It sounds pretty bad. That's true. It sounds pretty bad. It sounds pretty bad. I let you be the judge if it's real bad or not. So okay, now that we have a way to do that, maybe I'm going to switch entirely and we are not going to spawn voids. I really like your idea of pushing the boss around. I really like it. I really like it. And like maybe the boss, but it increases the difficulty quite a lot, but it would be fun to have like maybe a boss that charges you or something, but it's, yeah, I don't know. I've met Arkham a few times. I'll say it in French next time so no one will be able to read it since it's dead language. He looks like a handsome man. Well, nobody has actually met anybody in this chat. You think? You think so? Most of us spend our whole life trying to find a person in the mirror. Phase missile. So when you physics process phase missile, I don't think you you have to do something. You probably have to do the same thing as this. You move towards something. But in here, up here, blah, blah, blah. In here, to do switch state anim, we timer behavior, we start in here, and the logic is basically here now. The logic is basically here now. And we have another function that we call func spawn missile sequence. Missiles with an S, because we have a bunch of them. And we have a sequence, okay? We have a sequence. I don't think we need the cycles and the stuff like that. Maybe we do. I race too much and that's an issue. I don't know bases. It's an American thing. It's break your area, but we're in second base. You should probably stop touching it. The missile barrage should show us missiles during X seconds. The player should just avoid. Okay, I think this is going to look very cool, and I think I like that. So let's say for I, let's say for M, it's a very bad idea to do that. We don't want amount per cycle, right? Right. We were doing shoot missile somewhere. Oh, we were choosing the side in here. And we were doing that. Okay. I think I'm gonna reuse this. I'm gonna reuse this. But I'm gonna tween. So let's say I want to do that with a loop. But I'm not going to do that with a loop. I'm going to do it in here. So for I in range, let's say I shoot that 5 times for now. And let's put some definition in here. Var cycles int 5, and in here missiles per cycle int 2. Maybe we want more than that. Maybe we want 6. So we want 6 cycles. Each time we choose the transformation And at the end of the cycle, we tween the time between the cycles, for sure. Var time between the cycles float, I don't know, 0.3. Maybe more than that, 0.5. Missiles per cycle, that's good. Range. For missile in range, missiles per cycle. Skibidi bop bop bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Ski bop. Ski bop. Ski bop. In here, you want to do a tween spawn, tween callback. You want to call back on self. You want to call back spawn missile, the function, and then you want to pass an array of binds. So you want to pass this inside of the array. You want to do it a second time, and you want to do that in parallel. No. You know, that was stupid. That is not stupid. That is not stupid. This one needs to be done in parallel with whatever is coming before. The problem is that we are going to have a bunch of parallels that are going to run parallel to that. So what we need to do is we need to break the cycle whenever we are in here and we start doing the for loop in here. We need to have a tween interval that is really small interval to avoid the next parallel to run with the interval, the cycle interval. You see what I mean? If you don't see what I mean, that's your problem. I don't care. And then we tween interval. And we spawn the missile sequence. But that's the first sequence. That's the missile sequence. That's the missile barrage, actually. Spawn missiles barrage. Can you say that? Is that an English word? Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's a French word, so I don't care. Ooh, yes. Okay, cool. Well... Oh god, take cover, he's gonna go do tween. I'm gonna tween. It's funny how much things we do on TV that the world sees, they think we actually do in real life. Anyone here played The Messenger? I'm really enjoying it so far. Is it good? What do you think about it? I think I have it on Epic, and I never played it. What type of game is it? It's like a 2D side-scroller action game? Something like that? Are you single and ready to mingle? Chat, should we do a poll to guess the age of some of you? A damn. Yeah, but I don't think that's what we want. It's not the same word. Open up the English police. The Messenger is 2D pixel platformer, a good one, and very funny, hilarious. They keep breaking the fourth wall. Oh, it's a pixel platformer. Okay, I thought it was action. We've given up that we don't have the tax money to keep him locked. And in here, it would be the sequence. It would be the sequence. Spawn missile barrage pass. Let's see what it's doing. So when we arrive in here, we do what we want to do in the missile phase, right? Timer behavior. Theoretically, you compute something. Let's just do that to see what it's doing, okay? No, it's times like that. Today's inauguration day, so that should be an interesting watch if anyone is interested in watching it. Interesting, I don't know if this is the word. I don't know if it's how I would describe it. Okay, so it's definitely not horrible. I'm going to say this, to drop in the game, kill the healthcare shield. If people in having character name like a hero, but they don't understand regardless of how bad healthcare is. He's killed a person that they also understand is none of their healthcare cost has been affected or has gone down as a result. Nothing has changed except someone is killer and who wasn't one before. It's a very simplistic way of seeing things, Peacebreaker. Unfortunately, violence is induced when the governments and things like that are not responding, and it's usually a last resort. And unfortunately, I think unfortunately, most of the rights and benefits that people have, like healthcare, voting power, stuff like that, were acquired with violence, because by definition, the state usually has monopoly in terms of violence, and that's how they can stop things changing, right? And so people, as a last resort, have to use violence to make things change. I'm not saying that specifically this Luigi thing is going to change anything, but it might start something in America where people don't have a tendency to revolt very much, to go and strike and stuff like that. And so maybe it might help. Maybe it might help to shine a light on the fact that the healthcare system is completely fucked. And I mean, Americans are aware of that, but I don't know. Unfortunately, and I think it's unfortunate, right? Women's rights, violence. People's rights, violence. Black people's rights, violence. Every time. And compared to the violence that was perpetrated by the states and by the power that was creating the situations, it's nothing, right? What is a strike? Yeah, most of the time the Americans have protested and has been violence. The violence has been towards the people protesting. Usually doesn't start with us protesting with violence first. That's what I'm saying. It's usually a last resort. Just look at the ecological activists. Just look at them. What is the violence that they're using? They've been protesting for how many years? And they're still not using violence. And if you think that throwing soup on a glass in front of a painting is violent, then you've seen nothing, I think. Heroes aren't people who don't commit crimes. In most cases, most heroes commit crimes as part of their heroic effort. Being a hero and committing murder aren't mutually exclusive. Maybe. Chat Frenchies, let's shit to the river together. Is your chair's foam dented in your eye where you put your bum? A bit, yes, but it's not foam, so it's different. It's mesh. I think people are happy because they see it as justice being done. Yeah, exactly. They see a balance, right? And they see a CEO who represents a healthcare system that is on a daily basis letting people die. Basically letting people die by refusing to cover the cost of things. And they see that, and on the other side they see one guy that killed him. And unfortunately, of course, they see the amount of people that died because of a broken healthcare system being much more important than one CEO being killed. And it makes sense. And it's hard for me to disagree with that. I totally understand the message, right? I'm not saying that killing someone is good and that it's the solution and that you should start doing it more. I think killing in the US is already a problem and it should not be done more, right? You have way more, you have enough of that already. But I understand why people are not really mad at it and are kind of seeing him as a hero. Because it feels fair, right? And even that is not fair because actually way more people died from not having access to the healthcare that they needed. Remember those the healthcare providers, not the healthcare providers, but the insurances that wanted to decrease the amount of free how is it called, anesthesia? Like you had a limited amount of anesthesia and then you would need to pay more. Like America is the living dystopia that we've been warned about. You are living in a dystopia and some of you don't realize it. But the whole fucking world just looks at America and is like, what are you guys doing? The US. And we look at you and we're like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing that? And we don't understand. I think we simply don't understand. I'm not going to go into it. My only point is what nothing has to change as a result of that. I think it's too early. I think it's too early to see if something has changed. But I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I don't think many of us trust the system. We simply just have no choice. That's what you feel like. You feel like you have no choice. But some of us would disagree. And the way we see things in France, for example, I think we would disagree because that's why we have a tendency to go on strike. Because that's one of the way that we push the ideas that we want. It's one of the ways. Still boggles me how they can trust healthcare to a for-profit system. Yeah, that's horrible. It's not only that all of the world think, what the fuck, America, what are you doing? It's more than they think, please don't give bad ideas to our politics and powerful, please. Yeah. With the TikTok ban that happened on Sunday and that was reverted today. I don't know if you followed that, but it was banned on Sunday and reverted today, I think. My take on that was, I hope it's not going to create a precedent that other countries are going to use, especially Europe and France are going to use to say, oh yeah, we can easily ban applications that we deem security threat for some reason without any much more any proof or anything. It's just because it's China. Let's be honest, they wanted to ban it just because it's China and they don't like it, and they don't like when someone else is collecting the data of everyone. They want the US to be the sole data collector of the world. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Banning TikTok doesn't make any sense, and it's a very bad precedent. It was bad due to security reasons, which I don't think that's unreasonable for someone to say, hey, you're tracking our data illegally, maybe we should stop from doing that. It's bullshit. It's bullshit 1000%. Bullshit 1000%. And we know it because, again, we are from the outside and we know how the US is working, and all of the fucking applications that are coming from the US are tracking data like crazy, and we have proof of that because we have leaks of that, and Snowden and others basically showed us that the US was spying on everyone all the fucking time. So stop feeding that idea that China is more a threat than America. Who has the most military bases all over the world? Who is at war constantly? Who is at war constantly in the world throughout its very small history as a country? Right? Who is it? So who should we be afraid of? Personally, I think I should be afraid of the US more. because of that, right? So yeah, that's I don't like that idea. And in a way, it's not my problem. It's not my country. But that would be being stupid saying that, because obviously the US is still very influential, and our politicians, especially in France, they love to look at the US and say, "Oh my God, look at the US. Look at what they're doing. We need to do the same thing." And so creating that precedent of banning apps because reasons is bad. It's just bad. And I don't like that. And I think you should be afraid of that, because we have a tendency, in general, right now, there's a tendency to go towards far right and to go towards fascism, right? So when you start banning stuff, it might not be as bad when you have a political system that is still like working. The moment you have a fascist state, you're completely fucked. And you have the precedent of being able to ban things easily. So that's never a good idea. Never a good idea. Trump was the person who started it and then reverted the ban. It's fucking crazy. It's a clown show. I don't know if Americans see it that way, but we as French people and maybe as Europeans, we see that from afar, the elections and all of it happening, and we are like, it's a fucking clown show. You guys used to be cool, and we used to look at you and say, oh my God, America, it's pretty cool, right? And now we're like, it's a fucking clown show. What are you talking about? You're electing a president that is a convicted criminal and is a fucking turd. And then you have Elon Musk joining him, and it's like, you guys are clowns. And not you, in fact. It's not you. I'm sorry again. No, it's not you. It's not you Americans. But it's your system, right? Your fucking system. I'm not saying that we're doing better in that regard. Doesn't mean that isn't doing that's just because we're doing it. But I think I saw some reports on that were saying that in fact, TikTok was collecting less data than the apps from Meta, for example. I should find that report again, because otherwise it feels like I'm just speaking without any proof or anything. But I think I saw something about that. We're going to go there and who's the war throughout our histories, because up until World War II, Europe countries that war every other day. Somebody which is nowhere near how little American has been at war in comparison. Yeah, I disagree, but yeah. The US is not at a war, but forces rivalry between other countries. Yeah, also. When you create a system in place to create censorship, it can be used to silence everything else. Yeah, too. We do, it's insane. I agree. Polish people too, 100%. You just wait, Trump is gonna make America great again. Yeah. Musk already trying to mess with Europe's election. That is fucked up. Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck him so bad. Like, come on. He's so... I can't believe he can be so stupid and still be in such a position of power. I really don't understand how it's possible. How humans are creating systems where someone so dangerous and stupid at the same time can be in a position of power like that. How is it possible? and the fact that he's lying recently about his gaming abilities and stuff, like, the guy is 12 or what? It's crazy. So here's the thing, I get what you're trying to say, but let's face it, every country bans things for different reasons. There are countries where you can't even watch certain TV shows because it has certain things in it, or because this is the reason. To some extent, yes, Peacebreaker, but I think banning a platform is different, though. Banning a show, banning a video game is, in my opinion, in most situations, a bad idea. Especially if it's not really illegal, but it's more about moral stuff. That being said, banning a platform is quite different, I think, because it's banning, at the same time, it's banning so many more people. right? And their abilities to do their stuff, reach out to other people, etc., etc. USA hates when China does something. In 2020, 5G was all craze and Huawei was the key player in it. How did us respond? By stopping all Google services from Huawei. Yeah. Those are countries on pretending that they are the most free. That's true. I think the mistake people make is to think that Musk is stupid. He might be silly, but he's a manipulator. Yeah. That's true. The fact that Trump has just scammed his followers today with a meme coin is gross. Like, how much more classic con man could he be? Don't get me started on the meme coin. I tried to think about that. Imagine, I tried to think about if Macron, the president of France, was starting a meme coin today. I was trying to imagine what would happen. And I hope that everyone, the media, but also the other political parties, and even the people inside of his political party and spectrum would say, "What the fuck are you doing? This is not your role. You can do that when you're not president. What the fuck are you on?" And not even a coin, a fucking meme coin. Like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. No sense. Away from politics, Los, how do you like Godot Scripts editor after all these years? Have you tried an editor add-on to improve the experience? Smitner, I'm pretty fine with it. I enjoy it. I don't get why people don't like it that much. I think it's fine, and especially, you know what I like about it? I like the deep integration with Godot. I like the ability to be able to simply drag and drop nodes, move to another scene like that, and go to a script, look at the inspector, see the signals, etc., etc. I like the fact that it's tightly integrated. And in Godot 4, it's even better now because there are more features that are better. In Godot 3, it's a bit limited. Sometimes it's a bit frustrating, but in Godot 4, I feel like it's very, very fine. And in Godot 4, I'm using another add-on that is simply moving the script bar. It's making it tabs instead of a list like that, which is, in my opinion, a bit better. But that's it. That's the only thing I'm using. And so, yeah, I enjoy it. You guys didn't buy the Trump golden shoes. If Macron started a meme coin, no one would say anything. You think no one would say anything? No, I don't think so. A couple of people on TV would laugh at it in a couple of seconds, and that's it. I've been playing with Cursor for code production with AI. I'm not too much into AI stuff, to be honest. But I've heard about Cursor, and people are quite enjoying it. That's what's keeping me on it. But missing quality of life features, recently found out an add-on called Script ID, which I wanted to try. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Smitner. That's exactly the add-on that I'm using to create tabs in here instead of having a list of scripts, and it's much better. Yeah. Let's not get into it more than that. Macron robbed us of 2 years of our lives, and nobody said anything or didn't change anything. Yeah, I wouldn't see it that way, but okay. I wouldn't see it that way, to be honest. Whenever you are in here, if the missile phase state is missile phase barrage, you do spawn that, and then you change the state, right? You change the state, phase state, and you switch to missile phase sequence. And then if it's sequence, you do that and you switch to barrage just after. So we can do an LF, and in here we spawn the missile sequence. The other Zek, we use a tightly integrated built-in text editor when you could use when you could use an obscure Linux nerd editor like Cocoon. Vim's glitch mainstream. Yeah, sure. Cocoon. The name is nice though. I like it. We're a shit show and we deserve every ounce of what the fuck we're getting. I love JetBrains software and use Writer for a bit, but Godot didn't constantly reload the files. For example, when live editing files while the game is running. Ah, yeah, okay. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't really know about that. And I think that's why personally I keep using the built-in editor, because at least I know it's going to work. And even if it doesn't work, it's probably going to get fixed much more easily than if it was another software that needs integration and stuff like that. You see what I mean? JetBrains is free now, no? For Mars. I think JetBrains is free for solo, for personal use. I find Godot hard to work with using an external IDE though, and that makes me sad. Free for non-commercial. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So we do that. We spawn timer behavior. When are we starting the timer behavior again? Never? Who's starting the timer behavior? And the timer behavior is what? It is one shot, right? One shot, one opportunity, don't let it slip. So you do the Boyd stuff. Oh yeah, because when you are in Boyd, you keep moving, that's it. Right? You spawn the Boyd sequence. But who's starting it? Oh yeah, the other one. When you arrive at the location, you're starting it again. When you arrive at the location, okay. So I think what we can do is we can start, maybe let's say that the sequence is 5 seconds in here. We know that it is 5. And for the barrage, and then we go into sequence mode. So let's see what we do with the sequence. Missile sequence. Right now we don't do anything. First of all, we are going to if-tween. Can you hack FBI using CSS and HTML? Yeah, definitely. Especially knowing that HTML is definitely a language. You can definitely, yes. Open the web console and type document design mode on. Yeah. You could probably fish the FBI using CSS and HTML. The hacking would come after that. Definitely. So the missile sequence is sequence to missile when letting the player parry the missiles. Okay. So what we can do in here is have something similar, and I say similar, not okay. No, I don't know. If-tween, var cycles, I don't know. Cycles, we probably don't have 3 cycles. We have 2. Time between cycles, we probably have less than that, like 0.2. Maybe even less than that. I don't know. We need to see. We spawn the missile sequence, which is doing skibbity-bop. We spawn the missiles, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. The barrage is not enough. It needs to be 10 cycles. And it needs to be crazy. So it needs to be like 0.3 between each thingy. So then we spawn the missile sequence. So that is okay. We did that. What we also need to do is compute a new location. I think I'm going to put that into a function. Compute new location. I'm going to put that into a function. Right? What do you think about that? Oh no, these are visuals in here. So func compute new location, because this is definitely something that I will need. And I can put all of that in here. Skibbity-bop. Compute new location. The identifier dist is not declared in the current scope, and this is because we don't know the distance, but we can calculate it, which is not a problem. We can calculate it, saying the distance is this. We can calculate it using the target position, in fact, so that's fine. That's fine. Compute new location, and we can calculate the distance being float. Float, not flout. I love VSC. I will die for VSC. I want to date VSC. Visual Studio Code. I use it for Git. I use it for Git personally. Target position. So we have the distance in here, and we compute the new location. We can do the same fucking thing in here. So skibidi bop, bop. And we can check if we are in sequence. Now we can start the timer again. Let me see if we are in barrage, right? If we are in barrage. Barrage, is that how you say it? Is that how you pronounce it? Barrage. En français, ça serait barrage. Barrage. Curious, have you ever been saved by our Lord and Savior Git Reflog? Reflog? It's the unsung heroes of our times. Reflog? Is that a typo, or you know what? I don't know a lot about Git, to be honest. Reflog, okay. Reflog. No. Tell me what it does. I don't use Git a lot, to be honest. What I do is very simple. I commit my changes, and sometimes I do branches to work on other stuff. I usually do very simple stuff. It's like a journal of all that happened. It's a lifesaver. Ah, okay. I use this. Sometimes when I want to check something, I use this. I use git graph, which I like. I just use that. Sometimes I use git graph. I'm like, oh yeah, let me check what I was doing. Okay, in here I implemented the helper gen. Okay, what did I change? Oh yeah, I did wave spawn, wave started. Okay, cool. You see, I usually do just that. Sometimes you fuck up, and thanks to the reflog, you can unfuck things. If you accidentally run a git reset and lose your progress, it can save you. Okay. I don't know about it, to be honest. Spawn missile barrage. Da-da-da-dee-dee, da-da-dee, dee-dee, da-da-da, da-da-da-dee-dee, da-da-da, dee-dee, da-da-dee, da-da-da-dee-dee, da-da-da-dee-dee, da-da-da-dee-dee-da, do-do-do-do-dee-da-doom, da-da-da-dee-dee, da-da-dee. And the missiles phase is equal to missile phase barrage, we said, right? We want to start the timer behavior again. So let's check. Let's see if it actually works. On today's show, let's see if it works. It stores an entry every time the working directory is modified with git. It's kind of obscure. Sharing a great link. Oh shit, git. Okay, cool, thanks. I will check that out. Scoop ski scap scoop skeeb. Scoop ski scap scoop skeeb. Scoop ski scap scoop skeeb. I've never managed to use a Git GUI consistently. They've always make some random part of Git less accessible and ended up using the CLI. Me too, other Zek. Every time I need to do something specific, I use the CLI because you will go online, you will say, hey, how do I do this with Git? And people will give you the command line. But for my daily use, you know why I like the GUI? You know simply why I like the GUI? Simply for that. I'm like, oh, I don't remember what is this. Maybe I forgot to commit often, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to commit. So I'm like, enemy base. Oh yeah, I added the ability to do that. Okay, I'm going to do a commit specifically for what I modified on the enemy, so I'm going to do that. It's simply for this. It's visually, I find it easy to use. I don't need to remember to use a command or not, and I don't need to use the terminal to open up files, which I find incredibly shit, right? No, it has no dual line, no. I feel that view, I use Git UI for that reason. Oh, okay. Ah, that is stupid, and I didn't think about that. That is stupid, and I didn't think about that. If the boss is too far, the missiles are going to explode on walls, and they're going to deal damage to it directly. Shit. That's kind of a pain point that I didn't think about. You see? He's basically killing himself with all of the missiles. So what we could do is we could make sure that the missiles are not able to damage him. Maybe that's a better idea. What's a playdate, by the way? It's a small handheld console that has two buttons and a crank. It's pretty fun. So use Git UI. Okay. GUIs have their place. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's cool. You know one of the thing about GUIs. Sometimes it's easier to use GUI when you don't use them often, because if the UI is made well enough, if it's simple enough, you open the UI and you understand what you can do. Whereas with a command line tool, you need to look at the documentation and see what you can do, and sometimes it's a bit cryptic and stuff. So for a thing that you don't use very often, sometimes it's good. That's where owning too many monitors comes into play. When you have more screens that you know what to do with, you can have 5 different terminals open. It's true. You are the king of Jews. The game looks great. Thank you so much. Have you added controller haptics? Vibration? Yeah, definitely. The gamepad vibrates constantly, depending on what you're doing. You're killing something, vibration. You're pushing something, vibration. You get close to an enemy, but it doesn't touch you, vibration. It deals damage to you, vibration. I love vibration. I've tried a few visual tools for Git, and each time I got frustrated because either something from my workflow was missing, or either it was made something very confusing, and because okay, I'm sticking with either command line sometimes or lazy Git. The terminal GUI for Git, pretty good. Okay, interesting. So I think the simplest solutions, guys, do you agree that the simplest solution... My tweens are starting for nothing in here, but that's okay, right? We know that. My simplest solution would be to tell the missiles to not deal damage to my freaking boss. The boss is on layer what? The boss hurtbox is on layer 4. Really? Really? That's why. That might be stupid, right? I think we should make it on a different layer. I've always wanted to get Kraken a try. It looks so good. But do you have with a visual tool like that, do you have also a text editor? Because I feel like this is why I like using VS Code for my Git stuff. It's because built in I have the text editor so I don't have to switch between things. It's like I use the visual aspect of Git, but also I see the files. Just discovered this game called Utopia Must Fall. It's super cool. I've heard about it. What is it about? I've heard about that. What is it about? What's the game about? So, do I do that? Do I put the boss on a different layer? What do you think? It would make sense, right? It would make sense. It's just much easier. Because the boss is quite different, so it needs to be on a different layer. Layer 26. It's like the Dome Keeper, but you only the fighting part. Can you link it? Can you link it? Hello King on YouTube. Sorry I missed your message. For some reason, it's not showing the message. Oh, Kebabscal! Let's go! What's up? Thank you. Shout out. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 46 new cult members. How are you guys doing? It's been a while, Kebabscal. It's been a while. How are you doing? And what are you up to? Maybe you don't have time. If you don't have time, you can just run, no problem. Otherwise, just maybe tell me what you are up to. I would love to know. I would love to know. But welcome guys, we're working on boss fight, boss design. And right now what I need to do is tell my boss to have his hurt box on layer boss. Yes, layer boss. And so now I need to go in here and tell my player to be able to kill the boss. And I also need my base enemy to have their hitbox enemy to be on layer boss. Very cool. And I also need my missiles, my fucking missiles, to do that. Hitbox when pushed, it's looking at obstacles, walls, and boss. That's very good. Let's see if it works. Wild Growth. Just released a public playtest, our little incremental healer game thingy. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing you work on that. Okay, we need to take a look at that then. Okay, I'm checking my boss stuff and I'm taking a look at your stuff. Because it sounds cool. Okay, I'm dealing damage again. Please, please, please. Shh. Okay, now he's shooting missiles. The missiles are not exploding anymore. This was the barrage. This was the barrage. That was shit. Dictionary and int operator equal. Okay, I made a mistake. That's okay. It's giving me similar vibes as your game. Okay, I just use a standard Git GUI it comes with, only so I can keep log of changes each night before pushing a commit later that week. When I close the window, I remember my changes note. I could use Notepad, but I like that feature. Okay, cool. Hyperslice still looks ace. Thank you. I implemented co-op recently. Okay, Wild Growth by Kebabscal. Strategy, casual, clicker, 2D, linear, indie. Okay, cool. You already have a trailer and stuff, and you have that style, right? You have that unique style. You really have something. You really have your own style. It's easy to tell, right? It's easy to say, hey, this is probably a Kebabscal game. Okay, let's look at the trailer then. Maybe we should... Is there sound? There's probably sound, because I guess your brother is making music and sound effects usually, right? I think, if I'm correct. Let's see that. Do I hear anything? Maybe you don't have sound. Oh, fuck, it's muted. I'm stupid. Let's start again. And shit, it's juicy. Chill ambience. So I think it sets the tone. This is juicy as fuck. This is already really juicy. Boop, boop, boop. You see the incremental part. Boop. And you go again. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I love it. Wild Growth is a short, action-packed incremental healer game set in a grim Norse world. What the fuck does that mean? Norse. Oh, okay, just like the north, basically. Okay. I was confused. Okay. Thanks, dude. I take that as a compliment. Yeah, it's definitely a compliment. It's definitely a compliment. It is a compliment. It is definitely a compliment. Heal, Orbrand, die, upgrade. Perfect. Thank you, Bruno, for the follow. Playtest is live and free if anyone wants to check it out. Norse Viking. Yeah, it looks really great. Don't hesitate, guys, to give it a try. Request access. Welcome to the playtest. That's automatic. I love it. And I add that to my wish list. Play the wild. Okay. I don't know if I play it. Is it possible to play it on the Steam Deck, in your opinion? Do you have, like, keyboard, mouse? Do you have gamepad control yet? Or is it better to play with a mouse? We'll give it a go. I'm not working on code. Yeah. Odin, Thor, Norse mythology. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Haven't tried Steam Deck. No gamepad support. Okay. Might be better to just stick with a mouse then. But I mean, I have a mouse on my Steam Deck. I can have a mouse on my Steam Deck, so I'm gonna put it on my Steam Deck. So that's usually where I play. Okay. Wild. Shit. And that way I will tell you if it works. If it works well or not. But there's no reason. It's here. You could probably play with touch pies, but yeah, mouse is best. Yeah, sure. But I have a mouse. That's no problem. I could also use the touch screen. Because by default it works. With Godot. Godot translates touch screen. But maybe you need to hover and stuff, so that would not work. Maybe that would not work. Okay, quick break, and I come back. You need to hover, yes. Okay, see you in 2 minutes. Joop. Okay, joop. Okay. Okay. We can do the bullet. It looks like this. So the Billbuck, I actually didn't make the Billbuck. I got it, the Kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. I will write down. I will write there. That way I'm closer to the screen. I can see you. Oh, that was a good one. But man, I'm not at the right spot. I should go away. I should definitely go away. I died. Everyone died at the same time? What happened? I just shut myself out. Okay, so...
Yeah, okay. The names are the same, and I'm running different windows with the same names, so it's having a bit of trouble capturing the right window, but otherwise it works fine. And you can see my input working. So that's pretty cool.
It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's like a secret. You can like get an upgrade, but you don't know what it is. Do you like it? It's like a secret upgrade. It's Secret Santa. Why is everything so bad? Why is my game so bad? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why I'm such a shit developer? I would like to know. I need to get better. It's perfect. Better than CSS. Oh yeah. Ooh, yeah. Oh, oh, wow, 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 wow. Wow. Can you fucking shut up? Can you fucking shut up?
Create an engine. It's like imagine it's like someone saying, hey, I really want to get into programming, but before that, or I really want to create software, but before that, let me create another language for that. Why? And Juan was talking about that recently on a tweet, and he was saying that he believes many studios will actually stop creating their own engines, and they will start using commercial engines more and more, because it's simply too complicated for them to maintain both a game and an engine. So he believes that in the future we will see more people choosing Unity or Godot or Unreal, and maybe modifying the engine. For example, in Godot you can modify the engine, so maybe they will modify the engine. A ripe blackberry murmurs to a wall. Une murmure murmure un mur. That's how you would say it. That's terrible. Imagine trying to learn.
It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here, and this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bow. I could do that, but do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now, so maybe I want to. If you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So bloop, bloop, bloop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is take jupe, jupe. Okay. Jupe. 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 Jupe, 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 jupe. Okay, good. It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's like a secret. You can like get an upgrade, but you don't know what it is. Do you like it? It's like a secret upgrade. It's Secret Santa. Why is everything so bad? Why is my game so bad? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why I'm such a shit developer? I would like to know. I need to get better. It's perfect. Better than CSS. I'll turn... And I'm back. I have to bounce. Good luck. Have fun, everyone. Goodbye, Kebab Scale. I downloaded it also, and I'm ready to play. So, what is the problem with this dictionary? Boss push 97. Missile phase. Oh, it's I'm stupid. It's missile phase state. We need to check that. And so Utopia must fall. I saw this game. I see how it reminds you of me, but it's, yeah. Yeah. It's basically you have like a tower and you defend against stuff. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. When I saw it, it didn't really speak to me, but maybe it's good. Okay. This is definitely not easy. And also the states are like changing really fast from one to another. The barrage really needs to look like a barrage. And then you have that, okay, I know what to do. So, when you switch state, first of all, you arrive in missile, you give some time, like 1 second at least. Then you have the sequence and you have the barrage, that's good. The barrage really is about spawning a lot of stuff at the same time. Honest questions, how do you know you should stick with Hyperslice? I shouldn't. Seeing the amount of wishlist and stuff, I shouldn't. And that's why in July, I stopped working on it and I tried to prototype something else. Because I was like, this game unfortunately is not reaching the audience, and if it stays like that, it's not going to be a success. But then, when I went to Paris, yes, exactly, that's something else. When I went to Paris and people played the game, I actually saw people enjoying the game and wanting more, and I was like, wow, maybe there is something. Maybe this game is actually cool, and it's just that I need to put it in the hands of player. And so I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go back to it, and I'm gonna make a demo. I need to make a demo, and so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm making a demo. Hopefully, it will convince people, and even if it doesn't, I need to release it. Because theoretically, I'm not too far from the finishing line, right? The advice I gave you earlier, which is you have to define clearly what you want and stick with it. I need to do that too, because Hyperslice, I could work on it for years and years, adding stuff constantly, polishing stuff, etc., etc. But I feel like I have something that is relatively solid right now, and I just need to make sure that I define the borders and I stick to it. February next fest, exactly. We have 8 days to submit. So I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't really work like that, right? Can you clarify what you mean by 8 days to submit? So right now my feeling is builds need to be submitted by January 28th. Are you sure? Because I see press access on February 14th. I'm seeing press access February 14th. And what is your game? You didn't talk about your game. Do you want to share it? Important date. We recommend date by which you should have your demo built and store page submitted for review if you wish to release your demo for the press review. recommended date by which you should have your demo be. Yeah. So you see, it's not January 27. It's not January 27. Yeah, but it's not really that. It's just that they want you to make sure that you have your demo released early enough so that they don't have to crunch the reviews. But the truth is that the press review starts February 13th, right? And also, I'll let you on a secret. You can make them review a build of your demo, which is not done yet, and they won't know it. They accept it, you don't release it, and then you can update freely without having to redo a review. Once it's reviewed, it's reviewed. So you can make it review. You can review it right now if you want. Unless I'm mistaken, I think you can do that. You can try, at least. I mean, you can try, right? You can try right now. You don't risk anything. If you have your game in a somewhat playable state, and they don't care about being playable. In fact, they will just check the different things that you have listed on your Steam page and make sure that you have them in the game. Like if you said you had a leaderboard, they want to see the leaderboard. That's the only thing. So you send it for review, and once it's accepted, you try to make another build, and you will see it will still be ready for release, I think. Right, the time to prepare an 8-day prototype from scratch. Yeah, exactly. Hazard Pay, a dark puzzler about destroying evidence. Okay, cool. Hi, Smitner. In this dark and mysterious block-pushing puzzler, you'll navigate through a secret hazardous library complex, discover creative methods to destroy evidence, and cover up the crimes of your employer. Okay. You know what? I look at your stuff. I need to work on some stuff, but yeah. Hoping to get that sweet Steam Deck verified badge too. You won't. I think. Is this your first game or not? It seems to be. I think you won't. I think you won't get it. Simply because I don't know exactly what triggers the verification process. There are two things. The verification process can either be triggered by them, or you can ask for it, but you don't have access to that unless your game is popular enough. And I guess unless your game is popular enough, maybe on the deck. So I don't think you will have it necessarily, unless your game gets popular, unless your game gets played a lot during the Steam Next Fest and stuff, maybe. But I don't think you will get it. And I don't have it either, to be honest. But one thing you can do, though. One thing you can do if you didn't do it. Do that. Steam Deck compatibility. Steam. How can you do that? Okay, I don't know. Just go viral. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you can do it. I don't remember exactly, but you know, in your Steam, in the backend, what you can do is create a Steam event. So basically a post, specifically for Steam Deck compatibility, and you can use that. Let me show you. See, on my Steam page, I have this. Where is it? In here, Steam Deck compatibility. It's unknown because it's not verified by Steam, but I have developer comments. And it's something that costs you nothing, but at least you can tell people about the Steam Deck compatibility. And basically, it's an event that I created in here. I created a post that is a special type of post, I think. And you tell people how it plays on the deck. Is there anything specific they need to do, like a Proton version or whatever? And I think it's good to at least have that for Steam Deck users. Appreciate the info. Yeah, no problem. So we take a look at your game in a short amount of time. Okay, I just need to work on some stuff quickly, and then I take a look at it. So right now, spawning the missiles. How long will it take to spawn those missiles? We don't know, right? On timer, spawn timeout. Shit, I don't care about that. This is here. I spawned the barrage sequence. I think the barrage sequence needs more time to go for the second sequence. Let's see if the timing is right. Appreciate the info. My pleasure. My pleasure. My sound is very low. This application is always buggy. Logitech is really a shit company when it comes to software. Like, do you think it's difficult to make software to handle a mouse? Well, apparently they can't do it because it's constantly not reacting. First, they have their fucking AI prompt builder that is always running, which kills me. And most importantly, the only thing I use it for, which is mapping some of my buttons to some actions, for some reason, sometimes it will stop working, and so I can't change the volume of my computer. Right now, it doesn't work anymore. For example, see, volume up and down in here. Okay, it works again. Fuck it, it's so stupid. Their tech isn't that logic. It seems it's really bad. Okay, let's see. Threat incoming. It's crazy how they're one of the biggest mouse company. Shit, I can't see what you're saying. So that was the barrage. That is another barrage. And then after the barrage, it's going to move. And it's going to throw missiles. Okay, that is not ideal right now. It's very hard. It's very hard. We need to find a better way. Mouse in the world, and for so many years they have such shitty software. Yeah. I have seen some random Chinese brands with programs that have so many more features than Logitech ever provided. Yeah. Totally. And I think you know what? Also, one of the most stupidest thing that all of those companies are doing is that they are doing custom software. And honestly, for the features that they provide, which is binding buttons to actions, it feels incredibly stupid. And maybe they should all invest in open source and have one software that binds buttons to stuff. Because honestly, you will never buy a mouse because of the software, right? You will never say, oh my god, their software looks so incredible, I want to buy that. But that could be the reason why you left a company. That might be the reason why my next mouse will not be a Logitech, because the software is so shit, right? That would be the most logical thing to do. There's no way they will ever go for that, lol. Yeah, exactly. The same way all of the keyboard manufacturers that are doing like custom keyboards and mechanical keyboards and stuff, I think they're all using the same software behind the scene, right? QMK or something, because there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. Let me tell you about my Cloud Home air conditioning units from Hitachi and their mobile app. Oh my god. Don't get me started on home automation, because I think it's the biggest scam that we have. It's the biggest scam. It's so fucking stupid. There is nothing smart about a smart home. Nothing. Nothing smart about that. Nothing. I don't know if I will ever get a smart home. If you get a smart home, it needs to be as dumb as possible. Which means that, for example, in my home, I have dumb smart home stuff, which are, for example, like radio controlled switches for specific things. That way it makes it easier to light up a bunch of things at the same time, etc. And because it's radio waved, it's super simple. It's a very, very simple tech that will never break, that is compatible with a bunch of things, because 433 megahertz is like very, very easy to work with. You can even like program your things yourself using an Arduino or whatever. And so I think it's the best thing. No internet connection. Yeah, exactly. If you start relying on some cloud stuff and whatever, you're fucked. Local only smart home is pretty functional. Yeah. Let me tell you about my car's computer software. A Renault Zoe is so dumb. Oh. Also, the Zoe costs a fuck ton of money, no? I'd be forever scared of getting hacked. Yeah, totally. And you know, you would be right. You would be right, because it's probably where you will find the most backdoors, because it's just perfect to have backdoors in home automation stuff. Car software is the worst. Yeah. It's an old Zoe from 2013. I bought it a fraction of the price they cost now. Aren't they like 30k or something nowadays? I think connected homes are dangerous. Yeah. Compute new location, and when you arrive on location... Oh, I love this music. This is incredible. Incredible. I love Kirby. Kirby! Love a good Kirby. Kirby. I love a good Kirby. Love a good Kirby. Love a good Kirby. Kirby. And I died. I'm stupid. There was a study on car software privacy, and they seemed like they keep all the videos from inside your car, absolutely zero privacy, and it's about all brands. Oh my god. I hate it. Oh, can you see that? You see it's pretty cool, right? So the barrage is this. Is it clear that it's a barrage? I don't know. And then it's not a barrage, but you can't really see it. There's definitely a visibility problem in this game. There's a visibility problem in this game. There's a visibility problem in this game. Visibility, not visibility. Visibility. No. So barrage. Okay, you avoid. And then it's sending a few missiles that theoretically you can be using. Okay, why not? Barrage. The barrage needs to be bigger, I think. And then not barrage. I think one of them even had in the software agreement that they keep your intimate videos from cameras inside the car. Wow. Smart homes are great. Currently writing smart home software. Smart homes are shit. I'm sorry. Smart homes are shit. You know why they're shit? First of all, because you have a shit ton of different ways to have smart appliances, right? So, right from the get-go, it's fucked up. It's fucked up because you have HomeKit, Apple, Google, whatever. Then you have Philips Hue with their software and whatever, and you have a bunch of things like that. Le barrage n'est pas assez. Le barrage n'est pas assez. Le barrage n'est pas assez. Pas assez barrage. Le barrage n'est pas assez. Pas assez barrage. Le barrage n'est pas assez. Pas assez barrage. Zigbee or bust? No, I work on the back end of a smart alarm system, working on Hue integration at the moment. I agree, it's tough to get started and confusing amounts of technologies to choose from. Just look at Linus Tech Tips. Just look at Linus Tech Tips and his struggle with his smart home. It's hilarious how stupid all of it is at the end of the day, especially if the smart switches. The whole thing is taking so much time, and it feels so stupid at the end of the day. And then another guy recently made a video about it. What was his name? Shit. But he talked about that, and then he talked about how basically in the end he's just using Home Assistant to connect everything because it's just much better, and it allows him to connect everything. Stupid. Smart homes are one of the best examples of over-engineering. Yeah, I think for the most part, I do agree. Are we still allowed to watch LTT? Where are you saying that? We come here for the best mouth mic. Mouth music, sorry. Thank you, Arcam. Honestly, I set up a Home Assistant and it was set and forget. Okay. I'm definitely planning on using Home Assistant to replace the stupid air conditioning mobile app. But you see, again, I'm not saying that Home Assistant is stupid. I'm saying that the industry of smart homes is stupid, right? And again, at the end of the day, it's a fucking free and open source app that has to be created to tie everything up and to make sure that it works, because otherwise it's impossible to make everything work together. LTT's been cancelled kinda, right? Because of harassment and greed and stuff. There's been a few scandals. There's been one thing, and it was apparently not really that. They had like third parties investigating or whatever, and I think it was not really that. Heap of e-waste too, yeah. The interoperability between the systems is terrible, and it's very frustrating working within the industry. Exactly, Vex. And that's kind of my problem, you see? That's kind of my problem. If companies are making products that are supposed to be smart, and you're limited by the ecosystems, it's not smart. That's the thing. That's the problem. That right there. That's the core problem. It's not smart. By default, it's stupid. Companies takes an open standard, adds their own layer, and we lose out. Yeah. Wasn't a bunch of things? Poor treatment of employees, reselling stuff that weren't supposed... I mean, it was, if I remember correctly, it was mostly one person making a bunch of claims. So it was not... I don't think it was multiple people making a bunch of claims. It was one person making a bunch of claims. And so yeah, from what I've seen, it seems to be okay. It seems to be okay. At least they're not trying to sell people a subscription to a wallpaper app, or running or using their car at like 96 mph in a school zone, if you see what I mean. This is a bit more cancelable. What's this about? Another tech tuber, very well-known tech tuber. Very well-known tech tuber. Yes. Yes. Especially the thing about the school zone is especially stupid because he tried to hide it in the video and stuff, and that's really stupid. At the end of the day, it's a stupid mistake, and I think the best solution in that case is to own it, is to say, okay, we made a mistake, we made a big mistake, it was a risk, it was stupid, sorry about that, and we will not do it. But the thing is, they removed the part. It was like, oh no, it's not bringing anything to the video. And also, I think this video, I think it was especially bad because this video was entirely sponsored. The entire video was basically an ad for GoPros. If I remember, it was this video, right? So it was one thing on top of another. Like, people were already a bit frustrated because of the video, because the video was basically just an ad. And on top of that, there was this cool stuff. He's also shilling Tesla. Yeah, like crazy. But you know, the bigger you become, the more you're trying to make, the more you're trying to have, the more consensual you're trying to be. You know what it means? The less waves you want to create. And so, for example, even if you think that Elon Musk is a fucking turd, you will not say it. Because that means that you won't get invited to the Tesla events, and because you are a tech tuber and also a car tuber, you want to be able to be invited there because you want to cover that and stuff like that. And you see how at some point you just become that a very flat person with no personality whatsoever because you can't say anything because you don't want to hurt the feelings of some of the people. And so overall, I think becoming really like a celebrity is not interesting for that reason. It becomes much harder to have like strong opinions. And there appears to be one YouTube channel bringing up the issues, and they seem to have a bit of an issue with Linus. Yeah, there's a drama right now happening, right? Between two YouTubers. He who shall not be named. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Blink. That's why I'm planning on not becoming well known. Yeah, definitely. I think to be honest, there's a limit to celebrity, which is fine, right? Having a community, having a bit of people around you is fine, but then at some point everything becomes so difficult. Like, managing the community becomes difficult, interacting with the community becomes difficult. Imagine we were 2,000 people right now with the same chat frequency. It would be impossible for me to see anything or what. And that's exactly what Pirate Software is. Pirate Software, I'm incredibly not interested in his streams because he's constantly saying the same thing over and over again. And there are so many chats, and it's like, basically you do nothing and you just reply. I mean, I do that also, but Pirate Software seems to be doing fine. I don't know how he's doing. Pirate gets sobering after 2 days. Yeah, exactly. And also Pirate is also on the verge of being cancelled, right? Talking with Ace Asmongold. How do you pronounce that? Asmongold. As if the guy is not doing anything bad and stuff. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that. You see, again, same thing. He's trying to be flat. Like, oh no, I don't bring politics into things. Yeah, but you're discussing with someone that is an absolute turd. So I didn't get that. Who's Asmongold and why that? Wait. No, don't get into that. It's stupid. Don't. Asmongold does not need any publicity. The guy is absolutely stupid, and it's not going to bring anything positive to your day watching the guy. He's just incredibly stupid. He has incredibly horrible takes on life. So yeah, it's the spices of cockroaches. And so yeah, people should leave him in his cave. Like, it's fine. I try to keep up to date with stuff because I have teenagers. Oh, okay. Well, Asmongold has a lot of really bad ideas on life. And I see them watching stupid crap on YouTube. I see. Yeah, so Asmongold has really a lot of very, very stupid political and just human takes. He's incredibly I was going to say stupid, but stupid is not the word. He's I don't know. He's dangerous in a way. So Asmongold can definitely be on the blacklist. Toxic, yeah, he's definitely toxic. Asmon just makes up controversial takes to make the news. Yeah, that could be possible. You need a blacklist. I mean, put him on the blacklist. Put him on the blacklist. You can also put all of the Tate's followers. So Aden Ross. In my opinion, you could put XQC on there because XQC again is like promoting gambling and gosh, I don't know. It's probably not super interesting to watch someone gamble so much money live and not doing anything live. He's probably less of a toxic guy, but also not super interesting. Tate is so incredibly stupid. Tate knows exactly what he's doing. That's the problem, though. That's the problem. He knows exactly what he's doing, and his marketing plan worked incredibly well. That's the problem. It worked incredibly well, and people were basically doing all of the publicity he needed for him. Crazy how we don't have many good role models for teenagers online. All the role models for teens are terrible people. Is it true, though? Is it true? Maybe the problem is that, I mean, there are a lot of cool people on the internet, but it's just that maybe they don't appeal to teenagers. But for example, I don't know, Bill Nye is a pretty cool guy. The two brothers that are on TikTok, the two brothers, one of them is writing books and stuff. How are they called? They're pretty interesting, and they try to bring like a scientific way of researching stuff. More political. I like Hank Green and his brother, exactly. They are okay, no? I see them from time to time on Twitter, on TikTok. They talk about stuff. It seems to be okay. But I don't know if they appeal to. I don't know if they appeal to teenagers. What is the name of the political streamer? Left-leaning, pretty buff, pretty tall, American. Hassan is a pretty good role model, I think. No, I'm talking about Jean Massier is not buff. Jean Massier is not buff. Oh no, why no? I don't really watch him, but the few things I've seen, really? Okay. The few things I've seen, it seems pretty okay. He has terrible takes. He's just famous because he's handsome. I've heard him talk about, for example, gun violence and stuff like that, and he seems pretty reasonable. He literally interviewed a terrorist. Okay, interesting. Didn't Tate get jailed or something? I think so, yeah. I'm handsome and I'm not famous? How come? Wait. I tried to show him... And tried to show him in a good light. Okay. Wow, okay. But you know, also maybe it shows something. It shows that maybe it's impossible to be a good role model because it means that you would need to be perfect and nobody's perfect. And the thing is, when you are an online celebrity, first of all, you take more risks than normal people because you show yourself much more. Whereas normal people just talk to a handful of people around them, and if they say something bad, it's not going to get shouted everywhere on the internet. So maybe it's not really possible, right? He's way too left-leaning to the point where he just have views to piss off the right, not because they're right views. Do you think Hassan is too left-leaning? Because a left-leaning in the US, for me, can never be too left-leaning. Because the left in the US is like the right for us. it's like the right for us. And I'm pretty left-leaning, and so, yeah. But I don't know, I don't watch him enough to know, to be honest. I don't watch him enough, to be honest. The only few times I saw, it seemed to be okay, because he was like talking about gun violence and stuff, and how stupid it is in America, or the health system and stuff, and I was like, yeah, okay, it makes sense. Makes sense, I agree. I think I agree with you. So we have the barrage, and then we have that. Why exactly when I spawn my sequence, cycles, missiles per cycle, John Oliver, I don't know about him, to be honest. Of course, he's 100 times better than XQC and Tate and others. Okay. I see. I think it's time for me to stop right now, to be honest. I will soon go. I just wanted to have that working, and for some reason, my time between cycle is only 0.2. Maybe it should be slightly bigger, but I don't know why I'm not spawning enough. Missile sequence. I need my missiles to do something. I need my missiles when I explode the particles. So when I explode, I spawn the explosion. The explosion is in here. Explosion scene. Whoops. Ability explosion. Explosion. Is that it? Yes. And 2 damage. It should damage the enemy, right? That's what I want. 2 damage. Global's object. This is a very bad way of doing it. You should watch a couple of John Oliver's shows, Mr. Iptic. Yeah, okay. But I'm not too much into, I was going to say sitcom, but it's not that. I'm not too much into, shows like that, like TV shows, Tonight shows and stuff. But maybe it's fun, I don't know. Switch state. So when you spawn the missile, let's go into here, spawn the missile. I need to tell the missile, instance. I need to tell the missile. 2 damage. It's going to be globals, objects. It's a bad way of doing it. I need to find a better way. Let's say enemy. And when we say enemy, hitbox, set the collision true. If it's enemy, I want boss also. And boss is layer what? 26? Bit 25. Bit 25 to true. And I will put it in here, it's boss. But I need a better way. Basically, I need a mask system. He's doing political Tonight shows. Yeah. Honorable John is also looking to be pushing an agenda. I prefer Jon Stewart better. I mean, everyone is pushing an agenda, right? It's basically... Who would not be? Who would not be? You see what I mean? The missile, when they hitbox pushed, I want them to look at the boss. Obstacles. Oh, but okay. The boss push, the force field is looking for... The force field is looking at 19. And the missile is looking... When it's pushed... Are we reacting to that? Unpushed, hitbox pushed. Enabled. Enable. Okay. So theoretically it works, right? Theoretically it works. But the hitbox pushed is doing 0 damage. That's why. That's why it was not doing damage. Okay. I feel like Stewart is also pushing an agenda a lot, right? Jon Stewart is also a little bit more on the angry side, less funny, satirical. EMO. In my honest opinion, if it's your honest opinion, it's fine. If it's not your honest opinion, it's not fine. I know why it doesn't look the way I want. I understand now. Because it's not spawning at the right position. 2 damage. Spawn missile. 2 damage on with int. What? What? Oh no! It's not you. It's not you. I'm sorry, it's not you. It's when you spawn... It's when the missile is spawning the explosion. Spawn explosion. In here, you want to do instance 2 damage global enemy. Skibbity bop. In my humble opinion, Stewart called the Democracy Party out so many times, which is something you don't see others do. It's always attacking the other side only. Okay. You know what I would say to that? I would say skibbity bop. That's what I would say personally. I would say skibbity bop. I might even say skibbity bop bop, which... Ooh, this is the barrage that I'm talking about. Look at that. You have to escape that. And then it's sending you a bunch of missiles that you need to throw. And I made a mistake. Barrage. Then it's showing you... It's sending you... Come on. Are you sending me something? Oh no, you're dead already. Why? Why are you dead? Oh, because it's exploding on the walls. That's why. I didn't think about that. Boom damage. Boom damage. Boom. Boom damage. Now it's sending missiles. Oh my god, no. And it's killing itself. Because of that. Okay. There is a problem. We have a problem. I have a big problem with this, in fact. I have a big problem with this. Because, basically, the spawn position is in here, right? So, one way I thought about fixing the problem is that imagine you have the arena like this, right? The boss is in here, and you are in here. The problem is that the missiles are spawned right there, but also right there, and they have an initial velocity. They don't have time to turn in here, it's too short. So they will definitely end up exploding in here. And the explosion has a radius, and the explosion is going to cause damage to the boss. So my theory, my solution was maybe we can make the boss look at the player so that the spawn positions are turned more towards the player, and so the spawning is happening like that. But I don't think it's going to change the problem. We are still going to have places where the boss spawns a bunch of missiles and they collide with the walls too early. So then my second idea is, okay, we can't do that. So maybe what we do is we spawn the missiles, but initially they don't collide with the walls, and they collide with the walls only after some time. Or they never collide with the wall, and they only collide when you push them. Final solution, when a missile explodes on the wall, the explosion doesn't affect the boss. It only affects the boss if you pushed the missile. Can you spawn them in certain regions depending on the boss position? I could, but I think having a safe spawn every time is impossible. Or maybe missiles don't interact with walls. You beat me to it. Your last person seems confusing to the player. I don't think it's confusing. Because it has been like that for a while. Like most of the things in the game change their behavior when you push them. For example, an enemy will not damage another enemy by default. But when you push an enemy, it becomes damaging. And because it's the whole concept of the game, I think it could work. Right? I think it could work. The thing is, if the missiles are not colliding with the walls, it's frustrating as a player. It's frustrating as a player because look at that. The walls are here, the missiles are coming towards you, and you try to escape them. And because the missiles are homing missiles, they have like they take some time to do their turns. So what you can do as a player is you can lure the missiles into a wall, and at the end you can just go away and the missiles will explode on the walls. So that's kind of a cool way to avoid them, is to force them to go on walls. And I like that. So I don't want to change this. But I think what I can do is this. I can pass a special damage boss boolean. By default it's false. Damage boss. On explode. Am I in the missile in here? And in here I can pass that damage boss, bool, damage boss. And I can have the same thing in here, damage boss, okay? I will have a new one. If damage boss, it will do... I will create a new one, which is going to be enemy boss. Else, it just triggers the enemies. I think. Yeah. And so, when I spawn the explosion, when I explode now, I need to explode. So at the end of the day, when I explode like this, it's not for me. When I explode on hitbox detected, on health died, on hitbox pushed detected, I explode true. Damage the boss. Yes. I think that's what we want. That's what we want. And so I need to define that enemy boss stuff. But that's good, that's good. I think we're going to go with that. Globals, object, enemy boss. And basically we want all of that. But this is a bad way of doing it, so we need to find a better way at some point. But at least in here, it's going to be better. Let's see. What day are we? We're the 20. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I can't wait to do some visual stuff with this boss. Okay, now you're spawning missiles. You want to avoid that. Okay. Maybe kill those things to be... The spot where they spawn is fucked because it's moving and it's the wrong position, but I know why, so it should be okay. And now it should be going out of the arena. Okay. Was I Hyperslice an AI name? An AI name? What do you mean? No, we talked about it during a stream. I don't really use AI stuff. I don't really use generative AI that much. It's kind of stupid, to be honest. Kind of stupid. It's just good at seeing, at pretending to be intelligent. Like your AI to give you a name. No, it was not. So it's kind of okay. The problem that we have, I think, is that we spawned a missile using target and the transf that is here. So you see the problem by providing the transformation in advance. I provide the wrong transformation, right? You see it. Basically, what happens is my boss is going to move. My boss is going to move along that axis, and what I would like is to have a spawn right there, a spawn right there, a spawn right there, a spawn right there, and finally a spawn right there and a spawn right there, right? Ideally, as they're moving, we are computing the position. But what is happening is that we are preparing in advance all of the tweens, and we are telling the tweens, use the position. And the thing is, each time we are using this position, the tween is prepared in advance. So the spawning is always happening from the position that was calculated at the moment the tween was created. To change that, we would need to not provide the transformation in here, basically. My PC sold, it has a DVD player. Wow, I didn't, it's been a long time since I saw a DVD player. But at the same time, I like having the ability to provide a transform, right? I like the ability to provide a transform. So another thing that I could do... Can I nullify a transform? Is it possible to nullify a transform? No, because transform 2D is not that. Can we just assume that we are going to use those positions? Can't we just do that? And instead of giving us a shoot transform, we give us a side. Right? I'm going to do the... I don't need reusable code. I'm in the boss fight. I don't need reusable code. So... I'm not using the velocity in here. Isn't that stupid? I'm not even using the velocity in here. Let's call it shoot transform. It's slightly better. So we can do that, right? And in fact, we need to do the same thing. We need to do the same thing. var transform, we can remove that. Is there a better way to do this? Maybe. Because it's just binary, we could have done something else. Spawn missile barrage, it's the same, but the missile barrage is fine, we can keep it that way because we are not moving during the barrage. The Boyd sequence is the same problem, right? When we are spawning a Boyd. Oh no, when we are spawning the Boyd, we are calculating at that moment the position, so it should be fine, okay. Spawn missile, where is it? It's in on timer timeout, but I'm not using that. So timer spawn, I'm not using you timer spawn. I'm not using you timer spawn. Where are you? On ready timer spawn. Okay, it's 6 p.m. I need to. It's 6:25. I need to stop. I'm just checking if this works, and I stop. And on Friday, I think, hopefully maybe I made some progress. But we'll do specifically we'll do visual work. I think, like sequencing the appearance. Yeah. I don't know if it's that fun to do this right now. Okay, now we are spawning missiles. You didn't send the barrage right there. Oh, there's an error. There's an error. What the error is. Spawn missile cannot convert from argument. Yes, of course. I made a mistake. In here. I still can't spawn missile barrage. Even if the barrage is just that, it doesn't make any sense to check for this. So I can just pass the side, and it will do it on its own. So that's fine. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot for your stream and all the thoughts and reflection and answer and all so full as usual. Yeah, no problem. So I'm a beer betting about your follower count. Okay. No problem, Arkham. Appreciate you being here, asking questions, and participating. The fact that we have... Oh, fuck, I'm so bad at it. The fact that we have Boyds at the beginning is actually pretty cool, because it gives us the ability to to regain health if we need to. Okay. What's your GPU? 1070. 1070. That seems to be working, honestly. So let's commit all of that. Spawning voids, spawning missiles, sequence. It's not too bad. And now I need to think about if I want to be pushing the boss, maybe before the boss goes out of the arena. That could be a thing. Maybe we could have four stages instead of 3, and the boss could start trying to attack you. And so when the boss is attacking you, he's dropping the shield. But how exactly do you know that you can... But then you would be able to slice it, right? Then you would be able to slice it. Maybe that would not be ideal. So I don't know how to show that. The idea of being able to push the boss is cool, but then why would you not be able to slice it, you see? So I need to think about that. But that's cool. That's cool for now. Just before we go, we need to look at that. And Utopia Must Fall, I took a look at it. And Cakes, the game from Cakes. So the game from Cakes is this. Tengi TD. About 800 wishlist. How long has he been working on it? It's a tower defense. Is he working on it like regularly? I had some ideas to I had some ideas to do some tower defense, but with a pretty big twist. Ultimate skills, okay. He's been on it for years. Custom engine. Oh my god. Do we agree that people doing that are doing it for not to release a game, but because it's part of the content strategy? It becomes part of your content strategy. You see what I mean? You become a creator, a content creator more than a game dev. My next game will probably be a tower defense game, yeah. What's the twist? Honestly, I don't want to talk about it too much because I might do it one day. It's basically using another genre at the same time. And I would need to prototype it. Maybe one day I will prototype it with you guys. Because I think I can come up with a pretty good prototype in like 2 to 3 days max. Like for a game jam or something. But yeah. The small fan stuff is super cool for summer, TYJ. Yes, it's super cool because it gives you a bit of fresh air right on the desk. It's pretty cool. Just as you finish, I start my game dev for the day. Let's go, guys. My next game will probably be My next game might be a spellcrafting tower defense auto shooter. Let's go, cool. Looking forward to it. Yeah. I think it could be cool, but I don't plan on doing that right now, to be honest, but maybe later in the year. Okay. Utopia Must Fall, you send it to me. So I saw this game multiple times, and I don't know, I was not that interested. Is it good? I felt like not having movement would feel very limiting. Not having movement would feel very limiting. This enemy looks really cool, right? The enemies that are doing like that are following themselves like that. This is super cool. I definitely should have something like that in Hyperslice. Some kind of snake, right? We talked about it already. Cool. And finally, hazard pay. Okay, let's listen to that. Yeah, he does seem to be stuck on the content creator area. He's meant to be releasing a new demo soon, but he's saying that for a while. I mean, same thing was true for Randy. Same thing is kind of true for the dev that is on Twitch very often with the dark hair, the glasses, actually mid long hair, a bit curly. Like they have been working on games for a long time, and the content creation side is taking a lot of time, first of all, and also if you go with the custom engine route, you also it just requires much more time. Asian? No, I don't think so. Fuck, I don't know his name. He's on Twitch very often. He's streaming very often on Twitch. Pretty much every day, I think. But I don't have him. I don't have it here. I don't know. But still gives a good idea of the game. The trailer is very mid. About to recreate it with all new art changes. Yeah, okay. How does Godot handle client-only stuff like UI and server stuff like data stores? I have no idea. But still, yeah, you need to listen to GPMS Full's audio. It really elevates it. Okay. Is there a demo? Maybe I will try a demo one day. But Randy recently, I catched a video or two of him, I think, and he talked about the frustration of basically not releasing anything, and so he then tried to create something short in a small amount of time, and I think he managed to release a game, and he was pretty happy about the fact that he was able to release a game, and so I think he worked on another one. I think right now he's working on another game, another small game, just to get the feeling of releasing something, right? Because otherwise he was spending years on a game with his custom engine that he was rewriting all the time and stuff. I have a hard time believing people that are saying that a custom engine is a good idea. I have yet to see it. And of course there are examples, there are people that have custom engines, of course, but most of the ones that I see are failing at creating a game. They're not necessarily failing at creating an engine, but they are failing at creating a game. Is there sound? There is. Remove all evidence, leaves no trace behind. Okay. Oh, okay. It's like that type of puzzle game. Okay. Do you want some feedback, Smitner? Or maybe I should say Smitner, I don't know. Do you want some feedback? Not necessarily that I'm a pro, but I love looking at trailers and I get feelings when I see them, and so sometimes I can talk about what I feel and sometimes I have ideas to make it more interesting or not. This is cool. Cool little GIF in here, I like that. Really cool GIF. Really cool GIF, especially creative with like the sizing. You could have more GIFs. You could have more GIFs, honestly, to show that you have some complexity. Maybe show one or two different mechanics in here. Just reinforce the idea of what is your game, because GIFs are sometimes way easier to parse, especially since they focus on one thing. Much easier to parse than an entire trailer or something. Hey, go for it. About to recreate it, so we'd love to hear what you think. Okay, cool. First of all, doing a trailer for a puzzle game, I think is hard. I think that would be the first thing to consider. Doing a trailer for a puzzle game, I think, is difficult, because you need to show that it's complex, but at the same time, you don't want to show too much complexity because people are not going to understand what you're doing. So it's difficult, right? First of all, I think in general, you might help the player understand what's happening, even though we understand, right? But you can help the player understand what's happening by having different zoom levels. In some situations, you could be zoomed in a bit more to make sure that the player's attention is focused. Because when you look at the screen right now, all that area in here is useless, basically, right? All that area is useless because the action is, in fact, only happening in here. So why not, in some situations, get a little bit closer and show specifically what the player is doing, right? Also, having some different camera zoom will help with the pacing a bit, because otherwise what happens is, if I scroll through your game, I'm just seeing the same thing over and over again, right? So it might feel like the game is very repetitive, because every time I have something I see, and I know it's the truck, it's important, I will load things into it, but every time it's here, and we might feel like, nah, okay, it's just basically there's just one room. You're showing two puzzles in here, right? You're showing one room. Is that the same room or not? It's not the same room, but it looks similar, and then you're showing another one. So it feels like you're showing three rooms, right? So I would say this is the second problem. Maybe try to show a bit more varieties. Maybe try to show a bit more variety. So depending on how many levels you can have a moment. You will see if it fits your game or not. But you can have a moment where your character is always at the same spot on the screen, but the environment around the player changes. So you switch multiple levels one after the other to show that you have a bunch of different environments and different layouts, at least if it's not environments. Showing the fact. Okay, I think I have a problem. With the beginning of your trailer right now. I think I have a problem with the beginning of your trailer, because I arrive in here, and first of all, you're showing me something that has pretty much nothing to do with the game. It's of course what brings me into the game and like what ties the game together, maybe that like this connection with someone that tells you what to do, right? But I don't care about that yet. It's always the same feedback I'm giving to people is at the beginning of a trailer, people don't care yet. So at first, you need to tell them why they should be interested. This is not going to tell me why I should be interested. All of that, the first 5 seconds, 6 seconds are not telling me why I should be interested in your game. It doesn't tell me anything. So I would try to maybe start by something intriguing. So maybe I start with a camera zoom. that is actually closer to that, where I only see I'm listening and then remove all the evidence because it's important, right? It's kind of the gameplay. And then the guy says, got it. That lasts for like 1 or 2 seconds maximum. And then immediately you cut into the action. See, this line. This is super important. This is actually super important. Your camera should be like this. We should see that. Remove all evidence. Leave no trace behind. You can even voice over it if you want to put an emphasis on what is happening. Why is that important? Because this is a hook. This is interesting to players. They're like, oh, what is that? I want to know more. And there's this environment. I like the style. Okay, what is happening? And then boom, you directly switch into action. And when you switch into action, this in here, useless. The first shot of you doing something should be the character in here, in my opinion, the character in here, pushing that in here. Because that gives us what we need to know. This first step, useless. That second step, in my opinion, too early. We are not satisfied yet. Okay? You know what I mean? We are not satisfied yet. So create some tension. Create the feeling in the viewer of, okay, when are we done? When are we done cleaning? But not right at the beginning. Because it doesn't tell us anything, right? It doesn't tell us anything. The fact that you pushed one box and you left. Okay, it doesn't tell us anything. So in my opinion, you show multiple levels where you push stuff and you do more complex movement and stuff. For a while, you show multiple movements, and then you reward the player by showing a truck that is full and that leaves. And it gives you the ability to show that, again, maybe in bigger, maybe it should be centered, maybe it's doing something, to make sure that, okay, we understand that it was a job well done, right? And then you show more complex things like that, you show a bit more complexity, etc. The pacing in here is a bit weird, right? The pacing is a bit weird. But you show more complexity, this is nice. You show that you have to do a bit more stuff. You don't have to show us that we left again, right? You're showing it once that we are leaving inside of the truck. People understand that it's the end of the level. You don't need to show it again and again and again. So that's okay. You don't even need to show that you're arriving, in my opinion. You might think that it creates a transition, but I think it just, I don't know. I don't think it's useful. You're showing a new mechanic, and you're showing the fact that you can clean the mechanic, that you can clean the blood that you're leaving behind. So that's good because it shows you the complexity, right? So you're going crescendo. You're going crescendo by showing, hey, initially you just have boxes, it's easy. Then you have other things with obstacles and things, and then you even have bodies that are leaving blood behind. So then you will need to use something to remove those traces behind. But again, not super useful to have those 3 seconds where you see the player going back into the truck, because we obviously know that it's what is going to be the next step, right? At some point, showing again this mysterious character that is giving you instructions, right? Because at the beginning, remember, you should have something that ties the entire trailer together, maybe, especially if that is important, if that story element, right? If that story element is important in your game, if this thing with the radio is important in your game, you should show it again. And so showing it again in here, I think, is a good thing. Like, Well done. Because again, well done. In the trailer, you showed a bunch of different events, different complexity rising up, etc., etc., and then boom. Well done. Again, same thing. The camera should be much closer to it. We need to see it in big. Well done. You now have access to this sector. Please proceed. And then boom, you show other things, and you show a bit more complexity. I think your trailer can be shorter than that because people understand what it is about. So, for example, this section in here, it drags on for too long. It drags on for too long. So, showing the fact that some of the things can actually kill you, why not? Why not? But you need to find a way to make sure that it's not too long. And so, right now, we have this. Okay, we go here, we die. Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay, we are dead, but we respawned. Okay. And so then we are going to see how it's going to be fixed. But this is not a gameplay. This is not a playthrough, right? I don't really care exactly how you're going to do it. So don't show me everything. Don't show me everything, because that I already know, right? That I need to push things, that I need to make sure that I don't leave blood behind, I already know. And this was the only new thing in that shot, the fact that I could get killed. So I would cut it. I would cut it. Especially since this here is confusing. You're like watching the trailer and then what happened? What happened in here? And you finished on that? Finish on something that is anchoring the understanding of the player, right? And maybe the finish, the end can be the truck leaving. Because from the beginning we are seeing the truck being loaded, so maybe it could be leaving, and you can definitely again zoom in to show the truck leaving, and the truck leaving reveals a wish list now or something, right? You could imagine your screen is like that. You have your truck initially right there. The truck leaves. And when the truck is not here, you have the wish list that was behind or something. Just a small little thing, right? I saw how to market the game saying that you should now show at least 3 biomes, rooms, environments. Yeah, you should show the diversity if you have some, of course. Fantastic point with camera zoom and level variety. I now have a lot more to show off. I love the idea of level changing around the player. Yeah. Would you rather eat a gun or eat a cig? None. Extremely valuable advice here. I've taken a bunch of notes. Transition was the idea, but agree, not very valuable. Yeah. My intention was to leave the puzzle unsolved there. Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. I think that's cool. I think that's a cool thing. So, in my opinion, either you finish on something satisfying, like the thing is solved, and so it feels satisfying, or you're right, you could leave it unsolved, but it needs to be short and not too hard so that people might have an idea of what it should be. It should not be to the point of those mobile ads that you see, right, where the solution is obvious and the person playing is definitely not playing correctly on purpose, right? It should not be that. That would be horrible. But I guess it should be simple enough that people can be like, oh yeah, I think I know what it would be, right? And it needs to be incredibly clear that you are leaving the thing unsolved, because when I saw it, I was just like, okay, I'm looking at it, okay, he's going to show me the solution, okay, he's there, and then for some reason you respawn. You could even have some text, right? You could have some text, and you could say, you have to find the answer, something like that, and you could even reuse the look of that for your trailer. You could reuse the look of that at the end. You will have to solve it, and it says wish list and whatever, something like that, right? You wipe out the blood on the floor, but it's not perfect and leaves wishlist now on the floor. Yeah, something like that can be fun. Yeah, something like that can be fun too. Yeah, definitely. How are you not tired? Streaming helps with not being tired because you have to talk to people. If the trailer makes the viewer think he's clever, it's good. Yeah. Oh, I get it. I need to do this. I need this to solve this. Yeah, I'm so clever. Exactly. Have you met an FPS system before? I met an FPS. You can check it on itch. I've met an FPS called Béton Sanglant. You can definitely check it on my itch. For some reason, nothing works. Itch. And it doesn't work. Mr. Elliptic on itch. Fantastic idea. Yeah. Hopefully this can be helpful. But yeah. Overall, I think it's great. Your Steam capsule is really cool. In this dark and mysterious block pushing puzzler, you'll navigate through a secret, hazardous laboratory complex, discover creative methods to destroy evidence, and cover up the crime of your employer. The description is good. The description is good because you start immediately by saying what kind of genre it is, so that's very great. I think your tags are also great. Sokoban, puzzle, atmospheric 2D, I think is great. The GIF in here is nice, so I just want others. I just want other GIFs in here to show me more of the game, right? Because what I usually do as a player, I take a look at the trailer pretty quickly. I go through a bunch of screenshots, and then I scroll here and I look for GIFs and I look for things. So you should definitely add that, and it will be perfect. And one last thing, you can have some text in your trailer if you want. You can have some text in your trailer, and as an example, I always show Hades 2 as an example of how to put text in a trailer, because look at that. Every time you scroll throughout the trailer, there is text at the top telling you what the section is about. And so if you scroll, you know exactly what's happening. And people are not going to watch your trailer patiently with sound on in the best situation possible. They are going to go through it and just scroll through and whatever. So if you have some text, it can be fine to leave it at the top or at the bottom. I would suggest at the top because the bottom can be covered by the controls, right? So yeah, don't hesitate to put it at the top and maybe explain some of the stuff. Maybe if you find that text is suited for your game, of course. But I think you can add some informations. Maybe about the variety, about the complexity, about I don't know, right? I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for sending your game. So Hazard Pay on Steam. Would you be okay me publishing that on YouTube? I'm thinking maybe I should publish more stuff on my like clips channel. I'm never using that clips channel. And from time to time I'm doing those reviews. And maybe some people would find them interesting, right? Hopefully I'm not saying the same thing over and over again. You should definitely post those reviews. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I'm warning you, it's not going to do views, right? It's on a very, very small channel that I never post anything on that channel. But at least you have the VOD if you want. It's a win-win. The viewer sees different advice and stuff, and the game dev gets more eyeballs. Yeah, exactly. That's cool. Okay. I need to go prepare food. Thanks again a ton for the stream. Awesome interactions as usual. Thank you, Arkham. But for me to re-reference, useful. Yeah, true, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I might do that. Cool. I'm putting you on this side then. I'm putting you on this side, and I will clip that as soon as possible. Okay. Cricket is live. Cricket is doing what? 3D browser thingy. We go and see what he's up to. Let's go for the raid. Join the raid, guys. Don't hesitate to join the raid. It's going to be super useful. Quick break. Oh, it's on a quick break. That's okay. I hope. But your review of my Steam page was very useful too. Oh yeah, Vex. But do you think I still have it? I don't think I have the VOD again, because the VODs are getting destroyed. Do you remember when it was? It might have been too long ago. If you know when it was, don't hesitate to send it to me. I have it. Oh, to join the raid. It's automatic. It's automatic, TYJ. I have it. Okay, can you send it on Discord in the live channel, please? Okay, we need to go for the raid, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the support, as always. And I will see you on Friday. Catch you next time. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you, Vex. Goodbye.